Hello guys, welcome. Sound check, sound check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? My ears. Big bad. Oh my god. Wait. I messed this up. Okay, 1 second, let me see. Is it still scuffed? What's going on? I haven't... A long time I need filter, guys. I don't know why. Let me see. Is it still robot? Am I still fucked? Oh my god, what's going on here now? Okay, let's see. Showdown. The music is fine, but voice is off. Okay, give me a moment. I'm gonna see if I can find a setting here. Always something, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me see. How is it? Is it good or still the same? Is it scuffed, guys? Still the same. How the hell? So, what happened? I need to re-put the mic, or is it my... Maybe it's my... I have one of these Go XLR, you know. Should I restart that perhaps? Let me see. Any difference? Any difference? Mic is garbage. Well, the mic is decent. Yeah. Mic reboot didn't help. Let me see here then. Any difference? Any difference, guys? Yeah. Alright, alright. Finally, thanks. Okay, let's go for this then. Alright. Sorry about that, it's always something. Even though nothing has changed, it's the magic of computing. Do you recognize it? It's crazy. But it is what it is. Alright. So, welcome back, thank you very much, and welcome to tonight's stream. I was a little delayed today, everything going on at the same time as usual. We have just built a new test build also. A little delayed on a test build, but a lot of stuff is going in currently. Putting everything together. This is also a very big patch in terms of performance optimization, especially on the server. Is this game an indie game? It is. We are a quite small independent company in Sweden. We are currently around 40 developers. Have been working on this game for quite a while. So yeah, we're not one of those giants making a MMO. Congratulations, Henrik, on player base increase of 33% this month. Thank you very much. Indeed, it's very exciting to see a steady growth even before the big guns, right? 1100 watching this stream, new record. No, I think we had a few thousand in the past. It varies quite a lot, right? Depending on the topic. I assume there are some interested people to see what elementalism is gonna look like, and I'm quite sure TC is gonna pull some attention as well, right? Is this game finished? So Mortal Online is a pure sandbox MMORPG with hundreds of features now and also more in the future. It's a never-ending project, so you could say that this game will never be finished because there will always be something new. It will always expand both feature-wise and content-wise. But we are approaching a very solid base set of core features, everything from casual to deep investment, covering quite a lot of different areas. Yes, the increase is good, and for the most part of the influx of players seems more relaxed and nice. Yeah, that is nice to see. Is the game casual, player friendly? So I would say it depends quite a lot on where you are, what you focus on, and what kind of casualness level you're looking for. So remember, this is a full PvP, full loot game. So no matter where you are, you can always be attacked and someone can steal your belongings. However, there are obviously some starting locations and NPC cities that has guards. They're obviously there to protect you. We're also expanding on these security zones for the Epic Game release to make sure that there's more a gradient level from having protection, high protection, to low protection, to no protection at all. So there will be more balance, and that is also obviously very important to make sure that we get new players getting a fair chance to try the game and get into the game, and we want to make sure there's proper content and areas for those that really want to kill, rob, and fight for control, that are, you know, far away from the noobs, pretty much. So it's expanding on making sure new players and solo players can get going easier and more efficient without, you know, running into an instant group of murders in newbie zones. G45, thanks for the raid and welcome. Game is on Unreal Engine 5. It's on Unreal Engine 4 so far, but we are quite soon moving over to Unreal Engine 5. So that is something we've been working on quite a lot in the background for quite a while. Mortal isn't mortal without sieging. Sieging comes with the TC patch, as you know. It is, you can see it on the roadmap. We have no official date yet, but you can see the order of it. So we're getting close. It's the next patch. Footwork, thank you for the subscription. Final Elementalism sneak peek, best hardcore RP PvP game. Thank you very much. Did I miss IGW for the Prime? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's a hype train going. I'm missing everything. Sorry, guys. Footwork for the Prime. The Duke for the subscription. Devil's Reflex. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh my god, another one. Elementalism, indeed. We have a little sneak peek today. So as you know, the next patch is the Elementalism patch. And there's a shit ton of spells, a shit ton of effects, optimization and tweaks that we are going through. And right now we are, you know, putting the pieces together. So there's the code section that obviously make the function behind the spells. And then we have VFX artist building tons of effects. And then we have UI, you know, implementing the functions behind the spellbook, because there are also a few new mechanics with the spellbooks this time with Elementalism. So putting it all together now is slowly what's the last step. Good Guy Gamer, thank you very much for the subscription. Oh my god, another one. Another one. Chinul with the bits. So it's primary circus will come with L patch. I can't say for sure. I'm sorry. I can't say for sure at this point. Ryan Watanabe. Go so quick. I'm missing everything here. Ryan Watanabe. Thank you for the prime. Right. So what do you think? Shall we cast a few spells and hope that we don't have a borked build on test? Oh my god, another one. Let me see if I can all right. Whoop. You're a wizard. I'm indeed a wizard currently. All right, so you see a few new icons over here. So obviously one of them is placeholder. I assume you can guess which one. But anyway, so there's a few new things here going on with Elementalism. Let me show you the spellbook of Elementalism. I want to point it out still, things are work in progress. Everything isn't final. So keep that in mind, please. So we don't make our devs too sad here. So Elementalism. Again, I've said it in the past that there's quite a few things we never could do in the old engine, the old tech, server side, and also experience-wise. So it is very exciting to have the freedom to actually create what we are meant to create for everything in Mortal Line 2. Let's go, Henrik. Let's see it. Anuxa, thank you very much. So I hope it's hit scan and not skill based. What the hell are you talking about, boy? No, so obviously one of the big thing with Elementalism is obviously that it's projectile based school. A lot of new functions on the server, a lot of new mechanics added to the game finally. And it's beautiful. So as you can see here, there's already a big difference from just looking at the spellbook. Oh my god, Earthly X. Thank you for the donation. Henrik would like to renew my sub for MO1 or a lifetime sub for it. Can you tell me how? Can I DM you something about it? Ooh, Mortal 1. We don't really have a lot of focus there. We're quite focused on Mortal 2, as you can understand. But if you have Mortal 2, you already have access to Mortal 1. So if you're set to Mortal 2, you should be set to Mortal 1. All right, so Elementalism. Let me just brief you a little bit what you can expect with Elementalism as in the next patch. Bro, just show the magic. Come on, Jonah. Come on, calm down. Is it like Christmas? The kids needs the gifts. I want to cover Elementalism a little bit, if you don't mind, people. No, Mortal Line is still running the first game, but like I said, all focus is on Mortal Line 2, obviously. Okay, let me go to the point here before people go crazy about me not showing everything as quickly as you want to. Okay, we have the elements, right? So you need to master the elements, you need to learn proper skills. There won't be a deep dungeon in terms of locked content, how you master Elementalism. So you will be able to solo gather all the knowledge and power for Elementalism in a few different options spread out on Mirland. So no group locked random content. Just want to make that clear for those wonder. So as you can see, I have no spell icons here, right? So there's a new way of creating a spells, and that is by picking one of the categories. So the names have been updated recently, so forgive me for not pronouncing names exactly. You know, it's the lore, guys. Propulsion. So this is a category. Emanation, another category. Arrangement, polarization, entities, direction, aggregation. Those are groups. Again, they may change a little bit in name and some of the art, but they are the first step when you are building a spell. Jetpack confirmed. So for instance, if we want to create a little first basic projectile based spell, if we pick propulsion here, and then the next circle here is one of the fourth elements. So we have air, fire, earth, and water, right? So we pick, let's see, amber here, earth, which is this little icon, and then in the inner circle we choose one of the four elements again. So let's pick fire. Boom. So this gives us amber, the spell amber. Is this the new Avatar game? Not really. So, okay, so this is how you create the Ember spell, for instance. And that is what I put here. So as you can see here, again, we're working on making it very clear and defined, so it's very, understandable for everyone. But as you can see, this is the group type of spell here in the nice art. And then we have up the more painted symbol. And as you can see, this is a new type of symbol, right? And we're looking to possibly add. So there's 10 elements that can be combined and created by the 4 elements. So this one created actually the element of heat. So this is the symbol for heat. So we may add those additional combinations down here so you can see it. So this shows the spell type and heat element here. All right, let's cast that motherfucker. All right, so let's do it. Boom, a little ember. So as you can see, projectile based, nice effects, and quite fast, so you can shoot quite a few of them. Whoops. So how do you like that first basic Ember spell? Then we have another one that I pre-created. Hail. As you can see, it's an ice type. And there are different types of damage and different types of buffs. So another depth is added depending on the spell types. Oop. Casting while moving. Let's go. Indeed. So you can walk and cast with this school. Epico, I'm tearing my shirt and screaming. What? What's going on? So yeah, you can walk. So as you notice, default I'm always jogging, right? So when I start casting now, it goes to walking automatically. So it's quite more smooth and feels awesome, I have to say. Very smooth, very smooth. No regent. Yes, we have a few regents here. A little cheat regent stack. So we're creating a few new regions, obviously, for this school, that you're gonna find out yourself. All right, let's see what we got else. So we got this little baby. Takes a little long to cast. Boom. You recognize it, guys. Look how I control it. How cool is this? How cool is this? And as you can see, it traces. It's looking for a target. So if anything is close to it, it zaps that target. So if someone is running in front of you or riding in front of you, you can shoot that ball and keep it following them. And as soon as it's within 4 meters, it's gonna zap the crap out of that one. So a very high skill tactical spell, which is really awesome. And obviously it takes good for some AoE as well, as long as you have the range. As you can see here, I can even do this. And it actually goes back. So it's quite tricky in terms of controlling. Ouch. Gonna hit me now. I don't have concentration, guys. Almost. But you got an idea, right? Almost. Can cast while mounted? No. So we are we have the same rule currently as in the first game, where you can't cast and ride at the same time. Whoop. Quite tricky when you are chased, as you can see. Whoa. But yeah, finally we have the portal-based mechanics in Magic. Yeah, currently can't cast any spells on mounts when it comes to Elementalism. You need to have the earthbound connection here, you see. All right, let me grab... Looks nice, to be honest. Good job, guys and girls. Thank you. Yeah, so obviously there's a lot of spells. I'm just going to show you a fraction currently. Like I said, we want it to be a big discovery for the players. So we just want to give you a little taste in this stream. Also, all effects are not final and linked and finalized. So that's why we want to show those that are, very close to final. The rest not done. So the functions are, close to be finalized. A lot of effects. So this is the thing with VFX. You can tweak and refine them into infinity. You're never 100% satisfied. And we have 70 spells in total for this school. So as you can imagine, a lot of work VFX wise. So we're just gonna push them as far as we can until we are, fully happy. I'm gonna show you another one. So we have this beast. As you can see here, we have a little blizzard storm. This one gonna have quite a few updates in terms of how dangerous those spikes will be. A little more fatality, impaling anything under them. So a big airway that goes over area to damage everything that it goes over. Boom! 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 Alright, and do you wanna see a little tornado? A small tornado, guys? You wanna see a small tornado? Boom, doom. Let's see. So, should be this one here. Look at this little baby. Let's get some wind here. The gods of the wind. Chicka-boom! Chicka-boom! If you are in a siege and you see this appearing, you know that, you know, it's gonna be hell. It's gonna be hell. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. So, this gets you flying and obviously cause some decent airway damage. And like I said, it gets you flying. So that is one of the tornado versions. There are more. I'm not gonna show those because there's another one that is even more spectacular. Melee finally dead. No, so obviously now when Magic is actually getting to a very good baseline with a lot of options. Everyone been asking for projectile-based Magic. We're getting that now, right? Whoa. So all the damage and those details are not set final, and also how far you should be pushed flying from these babies. So those are the things that are being set currently. But I wanted to show you one of those big ones that goes above the walls. So for sieging, this can be effective when used correctly. But like I said, obviously we've been talking about the melee special attacks functions for every weapon group that's gonna be added. And it looks like the community want those next. So those may be the main focus on the upcoming patch. Upcoming sprint, I mean. After Epic Game release, that is. So yeah. Chicka-boom! Chicka-boom! Look how cool it is to control that ball. Pretty cool, eh? Up and down, left, right. And then crash. Boom! I love it. I love it. So, you know, PvE, Magic, finally, boom. Many spells in Elementalism. So in total, there are going to be 70 spells. As I mentioned last time, we are dividing it into two patches because it's insanely much, and you know, you could almost have a game focused around this Magic School. So as I showed you here, entities will come separately. This is a whole new group of system, and this is the new type of mage familiar pet entity that you know pretty much have it on your shoulder, or you can pass it on to a friend or foe, and it will give different types of bonuses or functions. So it's not going to be the same golems pets as in the first game. They were, you know, they were pretty much as any pet, right? But we decided to, you know, try to fulfill that wish to offer the new type of mage pets in a very unique way. I think this is a bonus one that are missing some of the effects and icon, but you can recognize it's perhaps, you know, throwing boulders. Quite crazy. Oops. Wait, I'm pushing my wrong button here. Throwing boulders. Boom. The angle and bounciness of those and sound, I think, is missing currently. But just to give it a little taste. Yeah, there is a light spell that looks really, really awesome. I think it's an awesome upgrade from the first game. I'm not sure though if I have it currently here. Yeah, I can throw the boulder. Like I said, it's missing some of the content, but boom, it bounces and leave a trails and obviously some AoE. Every pots are online. So some of these spells do damage on siege weapons, some do damage on structures as well. So you will have to play around with that. And obviously the cost and balance. Oop. There's me finish with this spell, as you can see, the bouncing and goes a little crazy. No mana, Jesus. Do you need to use any gear at all, or is this zero risk playstyle? So obviously we are putting a lot of balance and cost in the, you know, strong spells. There will be cheap spells like the Amber Hailstone that I showed you, that are the quick spells that you can, you know, even fight any creatures with. To the very big ones that can be also used in Siege, which will obviously be much more costly. So there's a big balance factor, and that is the cost of every single spell, depending on what type of spell and the power. Can we counter magic now if we're skilled? Can we block it? Yes. So this magic school also introduces a detailed damage and defense values. So for instance, this spell here, it is a rock with heat, so kind of a little bit fire. What that means is the rock is actually blunt damage, and that means if you're a shield or armor, that will reduces that blunt damage. The heat will pass through, so depending on the heat resistance and status, that will also be reduced or not. I mean, just casting these spells feels smooth as butter. As butter. Look at this comet from the sky. Pew! Pew! Like a firecracker. Pew! Beautiful. Beautiful. A little longer range on that one, as you can see. And then it explodes. Like I said, it can actually give you a frostbite buff. So there's a lot more depth and dynamic behind every spell here. Where you can, for instance, if you are wet and I zap you with lightning, it has more potent efficiency. If you have tar on you and I put any fire on you, that will also be more, you know, efficient. So, and you can control that. There are magic that obviously remove those buffs. So a little bit more tactical components that can be utilized. So in a group, you have to rely on preventing maximum effect from the enemies, obviously, and vice versa. So, and like I said, you have very good control of defending these type of damages. So it's not just one magic damage psi resistance. It's actually tied to multiple components. Like I said, there's physical damage in a lot of these, like stones, earth, even this ice projectile has a piercing physical damage, which you can block and have defense against. Look how cool it is with the lightning also. When you see there's actually a light traveling with it. So in a dark cave, you will see it fly and lit up like this. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Look how cool it is. Right? If someone up on the hill, I can move it up like this. And then around the wall, I can go down. If I know the enemies are there. Boom! Got him. Got him. So if here's a wall here, I can shoot it straight up. Oops. And then when I'm above the wall, you know, I can start controlling it to the sides or, you know, stuff like that. Pretty cool. But it is a challenge, obviously, like you can see now. It's hard to know. Boom. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. The spells have a splash effect. Yeah, like I said, one spell is more advanced than any other that you've seen. For instance, the ice missile, it's called Hailstone, the one that I casted. It has a piercing damage, like I said, so that means if you have high piercing armor defense, it will reduce that. And then there's a chance to give you frost damage debuff, which you can also counter. And there are multiple spells that have, you know, cluster effects, like it hits, explodes, and then there are splash effects or other types of AoE. We have the classical shock, like a lightning strike. So if I shoot it on you, it's gonna bounce to everyone nearby. So if you see an enemy shooting that on you and you're close to two other friends, you need to, you know, spread out so it doesn't go back and forth between you multiple times. So if you spread out, it's just gonna jump one, and if there's no nearby target to jump to, it just dies out. So tactical spells that you have to consider in any different circumstances. And yeah, if there are heat effects, it depends a lot, again, on the different damage types. The natural heats are also the one that are affected with the clades. So it depends on the damage type and spell. You can't currently cast any magic from Elementalism on a mount, just as it was in the first game. Can you show us? No, sorry, I can't show more spells than these. They are in a state that are not 100% finalized effect VFX wise. Some of the functions. So I just want to give you a little sneak peek on, like I said, how it works to actually create the spells. When you build the different combinations here. Yeah, so Ember, this is a small blunt based, almost like a rock with heat on. Fast, easy spell to start going with. So as a noob mage, this is a natural first spell that you can start your PvE and practicing with. Next one, similar in the same category, but it's Ice Missile. So other types of damage. And as you can see, they're all projectile based. So you can dodge them, jump in front of them, and so on. How do you get the spells? So as I mentioned before, you will be able to master this school without, you know, having to raid difficult dungeons or, you know, grind into infinity, because it's supposed to be one of the schools that are quite obtainable by any player. So we know this obviously also from any new player showing up that really want to play a mage. I've been asking for the types of rules and spells that are pretty much exactly Elementalism, and obviously also a lot of you old timers have been looking for, asking for the projectile based magic. So yeah, I'm not saying it's cheap. So again, we there's a total of 70 spells, and they start from you know, very cheap ones. You know, like I showed here. These are the common spells that any new mage can learn instantly, and it's gonna be cheap, and you can cast a lot of them. Obviously, not extremely deadly when it comes to in PvP in terms of power, but viable for a lot of things. And then we are when you reach the major spells, such as this baby here. Obviously, it's gonna be expensive, right? So you won't see any noob mage running around and casting this type of spell that I'm casting right now. This one. Roaring Wind. Look at this baby growing to the sky. Keep on going. So Tornado pushes people and everything on its way, and obviously giving some area damage. So that's what I mean with the balance. A noob mage won't be running around and casting these left and right. Pretty cool, eh? Pretty cool. So that is the balance. So it's a insta-kill spell. What is the Tornado? No, it doesn't insta-kill you. Obviously, like I said, it pushes you around. There's an impact on your character, some damage. So I would say, if there is siege going on and inside of the wall have an army of people repairing or sitting in siege machines, and you throw this Tornado in and it goes over those, that you may be preventing the repairer or even the people in siege machineries have to adapt to that situation. So could be a good effective spell to interrupt defenders or even offenders on the other side of the walls, obviously. We will have control over the summoned protector, something like pet or zombies. Yes, so that is a new rule and system that we haven't seen before. So you will be able to summon a pet like, but based on the elements that are hovering around your body or hovering above your shoulder, and will give you a bonus or benefit or help you in circumstances. And you can also command this onto other players, friends or foes, and it will, you know, do an effect against them as well. So like I said, it's a very big school, 70 in total. We have it split in 2 patches, and the first batch of spells for some of the groups are, like I said, very common and easy and quite cheap, and then it goes obviously more expensive to use those spells. So we're looking at 3 primary skills currently and a few secondary. So 3 primary currently. There's one type of healing utility spell. Our mistakes was making system overcomplicated for no reason. Yeah, it depends on where we do it, right? When it comes to having a lot of options to play around with in PvP and PvE, there's no complaints. Thank you, Beast Cyber. Thank you. Three primary, far too little for these damage numbers. Like I said, there's a balance pass ongoing here, so there may be changes and tweaks, like I said, but we want to make sure that if you can pass a lot of damage, obviously it's going to be expensive to cast those spells. Just like any gear for a footy, you know, if you've messed in a good gear, it's expensive, right? So obviously we're trying to hit a similar range for those deadlier spells. But if mages start to use just Elementalism, school accept all others. I mean, Ecumenical have some very important tactical and support spells that everyone will heavily benefit from that you don't get in Elementalism, right? And of course, we have the Spiritism realm to obtain regents. Necromancy has its own also, so there are still quite a few uniqueness and use value for. And yeah, the whole casting rule for a hit scan, ecumenical, shorter range compared to these projectile based, you know, quite different also. Are we getting these next week? Again, we don't have an exact date, but it is our next patch, as you know. As soon as we are happy and satisfied, we will go live with it. But we're getting closer and closer. There are any healing spells in Elementalism? There is one specific type. It is not as direct effective as the healings from Ecumenical. But there's an option. Papa Henry, please show Ice Prison. I can't show that one. I only prepared a few spells for this build to give you a little sneak peek, as I mentioned last stream. We are in the step where we tie together every single effect and content, so it is happening right now as we speak, and I can't show them all. Sure, I can throw a few more spells. So Ember, this little baby here. Choo. Like I said, the precast effects is something we are working on heavily as well, so you can expect to see quite a few changes there. Oops. Hailstone. How cool is it when you can see the lights from the spell lighting up the ground and area? Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Boom. So, quick spells, real projectiles. They have The icy one has piercing damage that actually your gear reduces if you have armor. And then there's chance for frostbite, the elemental damage also. Same with this amber, it has like a stone that is blunt physical damage and then heat damage next to that. Ice and price starts from hand. Like I said, so the precast effects, you can ignore them a little bit. The actual flying projectile for these spells are very close to final. But the precast effect with the hands, again, there's a system behind that. So a skilled or knowledged Jonamail, thank you very much for the subscription. Stain, it is with the gift actually. So the right hand, my right hand actually shows what kind of group it is with this VFX. And the left hand shows the elements and actual spell identification. Lemming, thank you very much for the prime. So as you can see, the elements of fire and earth to the left. You can see the mixing. And ice and earth, air. Holy shit, do you see that projectile? Got some mages going on here. Like I said, they're gonna get quite a heavy update in the VFX apartments. Really like the projectiles. What's the symbol in slot 7? So that is an unfinished icon. So again, we have a new system to create your spells. You don't have them listed like here. You have to create them. Like this. Propulsion, earth and fire gives you, it shows the group, and here is the element type. This is heat. Yes, you can dodge all these spells. Or block them with a shield. It will have a defense impact. There may be passing through heat or, you know, other of the elements, but an actual physical impact you can absorb with armor or gear, like any physical impact. So this will give us a good balance as well. No, we don't plan to have a dungeon based on elementalism. There will be specific magic tutor schools spread out on the land that will tell you all about it, how to master and gain these. Quite straightforward. It won't be a insane group effort to master the spells. Oh my god, another one. Another one. Stain, thank you. Thank you. Angelort, thank you for the subscription. A parry or tornado. No, you can't really parry a tornado, as you can understand. So that is a heavy, expensive spell to cast. I can control the weather, but I can't showcase it right now. I have the function ready for impacting the different weathers. Let me jump down. Yeah, we actually got an update from GeForce Now. The crash issue seems to be fixed, so that goes into the patch also. KPT Halbart, thank you for the prime. We're going to fix weather desync. We're looking into it, so it seems like there's the update refresh rate for it is quite slow. So you may be out of sync if you log in and you haven't got that tick update on your client yet. But they should update over time so they are synchronized. But yeah, there's a timing window where it's not as quick as it should. Okay, so that is those two spells, and for anyone who missed it, this is our lovely lightning ball. Doom. So this ball you can control somewhat with the directions, looking left by turning left, turning right, up and down. And as long as it's 4 meters close to someone, it zaps. It zaps every second. So if you're chasing someone and it's close to him, it's gonna keep zapping him every second until he's, you know, far away enough. So, yeah. Oh. Showed zapping some zombies. Alright. That is true. I'm not responding to game spoiler questions, obviously. We always want the players to, like I said, explain the basics of things, that's fine. But how to, where, obviously there will be information given to the players in a nice way so you can get going on your mission. Indeed, no beer today. Disappointed. Yes, everything have an impact. All physical spells have an impact that you can parry. Your armor do absorb the damage. Pyung, pyung, pyung. Pyung, pyung, pyung. You see that I hit them a few times. Oops. Oh. Yeah. Did you see that? I zapped them to the smoke land. Smoke land, okay? Zap to the smoke land. So you need some practice, some skills, right? Mr. Miller, you're quite cringe, alright? You've always been cringe. But it's okay. It's okay. Smithy, what question? The mages don't need to aim anymore. Why not? Why not? I mean, he always been cringe, right? Haven't he? Or am I mistaken? What I miss? Casting a few elemental spells. Let's do the little baby. Calling the gods of the wind. Oh! Poof! Let's go. Let's go. Oh. Nice, eh? Nice. Oh. So we're going through lifetime balance and all these, what kind of damage impact it may have on siege weaponry, and if there should be any damage on structures or not. There's a few different types. We have another tornado that is even more sick than this one. Boulder. So this one is not finished. It will have quite a few updates on the angle, how it bounces. But yeah, it gives you a taste at least. So obviously some away on impact. Zoof! So when you're also buffing footies. So footies is gonna get their special moves for weapon categories in the next sprint after, most likely, because we believe the community want that, right? Yeah, so one of the function that Elementalism gave us is that you can release the Viesma clouds and those spells without a target, so those are going to work a little bit better. I mean, melee have been the meta for since ever, right? And there's not been enough content or options for playing a pure mage. You're more like the community says, more a support class. Now, hopefully, you will be able to be, anything as a mage. And then we're continuing making melee getting more options also. Yeah, like I said, the boulder will have another angle and more punch, so it reaches further. You can expect to see quite a few updates specifically on that spell. The other ones that I showed, that's also why it doesn't even have the final icon. The other ones are more refined. No, Fiddies are support class. Nah, it's still the core bone of, the outcome of a battle. Obviously, you need a raw strength and power. So we have Magic Reflect. So we are looking to test that next. And that means if I have a Magic Reflect, if a projectile is flying to me, it will bounce to the same direction that it came from. So obviously that is a tool for any foodie also. So yeah, like I said, with this next patch, you're also getting alchemy. You will be able to create some of those tools for your foodie melee builds as well. So you have a lot of options and control when obviously fighting mages, especially with this next patch also. Duck, dive, and dodge, and reflect. Indeed. It's pretty cool just to throw them around. I love it. So imagine when you see a fight between these mages, you're gonna see those lightning projectiles flying around. It's gonna be lovely. Gonna be lovely. And then we have a fireball also. This is not a fireball. This is just a small ember. The fireball is larger and more deadly. Please answer the question about tower shields. Sorry, I missed it. So what's gonna happen with tower shield is that they will have weigh quite a bit more. They are supposed to be heavier, and there's also no room for the kite shields that are more in between the round and tower shields. They're also not supposed to be able to be used on mounts. So those are two of the changes. I can't show the fireball, I'm afraid. The VFX is not final, so it doesn't look very nice. Look at that projectile over there. It's like a signal. You can signal your friends and enemies now. Like, they're coming, pew, up in the sky. How freaking cool is that, right? Freaking cool. Firewalks. Look at his eyes. Eyes missile. Fucking cool. How cool is this, guys? Freaking cool. Elementalism mage. Doing the visual signals to the sky. Pretty cool, eh? Pretty cool. Who is that? That is someone on test or dev. Can't say for sure who's on here. King Dumac, thank you for the donation. Will blunt damage rings buff earth spells blunt damage properties? Also need a polish on placing buildings. Pain in ace. Yeah, we'll look at the placement rules and make that refined. And we have a lot of different additions on trinkets that we're planning for. We have to, focus on a few things at a time, so we have controlled, properly stable, balanced content before we, So I can't say exactly when and what we'll include in the updated trinkets at this point. So Elementalism only have 3 primaries bound to them, and then secondaries under those. Is solo play even viable? Yes, very much so. Obviously, there are bosses and content and dungeons that are obviously very tough being solo. But there's more and more solo content going into the game on pretty much every patch. The whole world is getting more and more hotspots, camps, etc. spread out that you can solo or play as small groups without having too much effort. What the hell is that mage doing over there? These priorities are all server side, or you wouldn't be able to judge them, or they wouldn't function properly. So this priority here is calculated on the server, and that's also why it can't be much faster than this, because they're gonna be a desync easier. So so this is calculations on the server. So obviously a bit more expensive spell than a lot of others, but it allows you to dodge them and react in a different way. There's gonna be another type. There's gonna be one type of healing effects, a little bit similar to the one you had in the first game, I would say. Who is this? It's a guard. Almost shut the guard. So ice makes frostbite. What will fire do? Ignite, like damage on time. Let me take a look what Ember does. I don't remember all of them. So Ember have a chance of burn debuff. So yeah, it can burn you a little bit. Strength requirement for mages. What kind of strength requirement? Depends on what you want to use the strength for. A heat stroke. And what does frostbite debuff actually do? The frostbite gives you a debuff that decreases your body temperature, gives some frost damage, and that also decreases your movement speed slightly during that short period of debuff. And you can affect all those debuff naturally, heat with cold. They are the opposites, right? Let's shoot the moon, guys. Chicka-boom. Chicka-boom. The Elementalisms have a push ability like you pushing them. Yes, there is 2 types of push at least. That is One quick push, shorter range, and then another one more heavy away push. And then there are some spells that can also impact as a secondary effect that can also push players. So there's quite a few options. Slightly features looks like 30. What? What do you mean? No, sorry, I can't change the weather on this build. The system functions is there. I can do it in a command, but I haven't set up the actual spells link to cast them. It's happening on the dev side currently. Exactly. Water will give you the water debuff. So if you're one of those very afraid people jumping in the water and then going up again, you may have this water on you, right? And if I zap you, it's gonna hurt a little bit more. But you can get dried also to avoid that. Zip! Who's casting this? Firecrackers. So you can send signals now to your friends by shooting these up in the sky. And you may be able to find him. Pretty cool, right? Where are you? I'm shooting fire in the sky. Come to me, please. Another one. Hold the honor. Thank you for the subscription. Will you add anything about foot fighters? You're adding so many things from ages, like new weapons, etc. Yes, we are adding a lot of cool stuff after this sprint, where we plan to add every single weapon group category will have special moves. For instance, an axe will be able to cleave through enemies. The blades, katanas, and such will be able to do a specific cut that gives bleed. Shield breakers, parry breakers, a lot of juice. You know, the juice. Daggers will obviously have there as well, yes. Every single weapon group will have there, including archery also, yes. Look at these beasts on the horizon. We'll be able to shoot multiple arrows, quick arrows, being able to parry with the bow, or some of those examples. Need to move away from this guard. He's dangerous close. I thought it was a guard here. Yeah, there is. Woo! Playing with death. Can I deflect arrows with wind? Yes. Or so there is one spell that are meant to be kind of like that. There's a few. So that's in the wall section, where you can kind of like put up a quick shield that have different effects depending on what is flying there. How much primer needed for it? 3 primers in total if you want to master everything in Elementalism. You don't have to master everything, obviously. So zap! Zap! Yeah, 5 hours is planned for the TC. They will be able to, you know, be more efficient against... Whoa. Against siege machineries and such. Fire is quite effective against siege wooden machineries. 300 primaries, yeah, so we're talking about... Whoa! How cool is that, guys? How freaking cool is that? Yeah, 300 primaries if you want to master everything, and that allows you to get access to 70 spells, which is insane. It's like a whole new universe. Yeah, that was pretty cool, right? Seeing that Priority flying against me and I just dodge it casually. That was sneaky. I didn't even see the caster. I just saw the projectile flying. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So, because of the difficulty level of hitting now, since they're real projectiles, you have to obviously counter for movement and so on, especially even more difficult on distance. They are cheaper in mana. Obviously, depending on their strength and effect, they have more expensive regents. I mean, this Amber, it's a quite casual, low-end spell. You can spam them quite frisky. It's almost like spending arrows, for your bow. A little bit equal. So they're not very expensive, and you can shoot a lot of them. And then, of course, going up to the fireball, a little bit more punch. And then up in other spells will be even more. Will all 7 spells be available in next patch? No. So again, there's one group that are, huge. Entities is your familiar, or whatever you pronounce it in English, where you have your elemental pets surrounding your body or hovering above your shoulder and assisting and aiding you in different ways. And you can also tell it to follow your friend or foe to give that bonuses. Some really cool whole type of new pets, completely new. Yeah, familiar. It's called familiar, right? Yeah. So they're not just like a normal pet. You can't tell it to stay here and move away. You don't command it like that. It's always on a target. It's bound to you or on someone else. And it follows them and gives them certain, pros or cons. That is a huge thing. So instead of just doing like we did in the first game, another type of pet, elemental, that acts as any other pet, we didn't really want to do the same thing there. We wanted a magical elemental entity that assists you. So that will be separate. It's a huge system, like I mentioned. Will there also be like fire golems? So those fire golems that you're talking about, like in the first game, those are converted to entities now, like familiars that assist you or harass someone else. Act to constantly attacking your target like automatic assist. No, so they're converted, fully converted to this new system. Drone style pets. I'm not sure what to call them. We call them entities. And can you cast those spells in combat mode? Yes. Elementals. Good name, good name. Oh my god. Brig your games, thank you for the donation. Love everything being added, super exciting. Any time frame for more rideable mounts? We have bags for beers but can't ride them, but no bags for Mulva but can ride those. Lol. Yes, we are working on bags and armors and they will be added over time. I can't say exactly when, but we will have the big ones for TC because those are our requirement for TC. Elementalism be a criminal action. I mean, it depends on what you do, right? If you unleash a tornado in the city, that's gonna be a criminal action. You can't hurt, But like I'm doing now, I can cast this spell when I'm in town as long as I don't hit anyone, right? Arikaus. You'll be able to bind entities to other players or tell them to follow other players. Like if you wanted to have your entity's pet elemental follow your foodie friend, could you do that? Yes. So for instance, you could say, you could put the air element entity on your friends and he can dive into the water and get air bonuses. Or if you are in a dark cave, you can send a light entity above his shoulder and he can travel that dungeon with that light next to him. A few examples. The entity will remain until removed or countered killed off. Look, of the 70 spells, how many are available on the next patch? We would need to use scribing to scribe these. So you will use scribing, yes. There's a lot of fiddling around with the whole setup in terms of these new building, designing the spells, how you mix them and master them. But finally we got that ironed out. But like I mentioned, entities won't be in this first one. That will come separately. And there is 10 spells under each of these categories. So here's 7 categories, as you can see. So if you master this and get all those spells under that one, you have 10 spells under that group, 10 under that one, that one, that one. So all these 7 is obviously the 70 in total. Show more spells. I only have these spells that I can show for now that are, you know, quite close to final. But it's lovely to be able to walk around and cast these projectiles. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Oh, oh. So this is hailstorm, as you can see. Got a lot of those hail spikes going down. This one looks lovely. Oh. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Like I said, this is more the normal tornado. There's another one that is even more spectacular. Boom! Boom! Tornado. When will those spells be in the game? Next patch, you will see these spells with Elementalism. Chicka-boom! Chicka-boom! Boom! 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 Oh, mana. Yeah, so in this patch we also got a huge update on AI in general, pathing, and a huge optimization on the server also. Some spells will be able to damage structures and siege machineries. Those will be more expensive, so not the casual quick spells, obviously. But they won't be the key mechanic to siege something. I would say that, you know, the siege machineries is obviously the key component to invest in high damage efficiency. But, you know, there are some affecting a little bit. Come on, I need mana. Are these defensive spells? I mean, these, what I'm casting now is like the entry fast spells. If you master them, you know, they can be quite efficient against anything. Quite cheap. You can spam them a lot compared to, obviously, some of the other heavier ones. Whoa. Boom. As you notice, there's no sound on that boulder yet. What magic material does this take? Do you mean regions? They're gonna be completely new regions for Elementalism that you'll be able to get. So we looked a little bit on some of those weapons that are not used much anymore. We also found thing in, since Comet Beta, for instance, we had the Warhammer as a very popular weapon. It was very quick, but we increased the minimum swing speed without adding the loss of that to the volume that adds the blunt damage. If it makes sense what I'm trying to explain here. But what that means is those that got penalty by their speed minimum without, you know, utilizing the volume weight will get that volume weight buff without getting impacted by this swing speed, but they will get the bonus in the actual damage. I hope it makes sense what I'm explaining there. So Warhammer's pole swords is some of them that get a little tweak. So one of the, like I said, there's quite a few new regions. One of them is the mighty oxygen crystal. That you will use for any of the elemental spells. Yes. Magic Reflect are looking to work with all of these projectile based spells also. So from the angle it's hitting you, it's gonna bounce to the same angle. So if you're standing still, it's gonna go for you until you dodge it. So, as mentioned before, the actual falling off amount is a animation system that requires a lot of time, and we decided it's not the time to do that right now. But we do understand the balance and importance of that function. So, along with dismounting a mounted player, we are adding the component where the horse flee from you, so you can't instantly remount again. So you have to, you know, go find your mount again. It's gonna flee a little bit away from you before you can mount again. No, the familiar won't be animals like that. They will only be elemental entities for this school. Why? Why what? Sorry, I'm missing... How to get new magic regions? You will learn how to get them. There will be a few different ways to get them. Like I said, they're also the key to balance the more powerful spells. Yeah, so obviously the first step would be that, okay, you may get a debuff timer, you can't mount. Obviously, it looks a little silly when you're standing there next to the mount. You're trying to mount it, but you can't because we're mimicking that you're on your butt before you stand up and can mount again. So Sebastian actually was the one that suggested instead of that, why not let the mount flee when you get this mount? So you have to, go grab your mount again before you can mount up and ride, which means if I dismount you, you're gonna be obviously on foot next to me until you have got back to your mount. So I thought, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. So that's what we're aiming for currently. So there are 3 primaries with Elementalism, and you will learn a few groups with the first skill. And if you learn another of the primaries, you will unlock a few other schools, groups, I mean. And if you learn the 3rd primary, you will master, as it looks right now, the entities, the summons, and whether it's they go hand in hand. And if you want to have the depending on which one you want to master in the these categories that I showed you here, these 7 groups, you will unlock different of these groups depending on those primaries that you spend. Hope that makes sense what I'm explaining here. Respect your player's time, of course, of course. Yeah, so we are very careful about slowing down or freezing or, preventing people from moving around if there's no 100% counter. But anyway, so what we're looking at is more effect of your stamina may be affected rather than speed over time, because we know how important your speed is. We want to try to respect that, so it's not comes down to reduce speed and then counter speed, that becoming the key component. Will there be elementalist NPC enemies? So every school spell that are created to the game, we can deploy on NPCs as well. So they can use anything a player can use, an NPC can use. I mean, so would you pick speed debuffs and buffs rather than stamina changes? We know speed is king, right? So we're very careful about that. Currently, you can't cast any spells, elementalism spells on mounts. You have to be on foot. Mercy Bob White, thank you for the subscription. Hi, Big Step Daddy Henrik. Hello, hello. Can you explain how you aim the away? What if they are on a hill? So, again, it depends on the spell, right? But do you mean the lightning ball? So, the lightning ball, you aim by your character rotation. So if they're up here on the hill, you release it in that direction, I guess. And you can go up, and it goes up. Straight, straight. Down, it goes down. See what I mean? Iceberg. There be a ground target GUI. We actually have that system now. We haven't made the effect for it, so we actually hid that in this build. It looks awful. But yes, we plan to have indicator so you can see a lot of the spells are confusing until you see, okay, so this is how I aim them. So we have that system already. We just need to make sure that that indication, how we want that to look nice in a presentable way. So yes, you will most likely have that. And it will give you a good indication of where you're aiming this wall or, you know, stuff like that that makes sense to see. The spells look good, thank you. Yeah, they are getting in place. I want to see iceberg. Let's see some ice dripples. Chicka boom. Oh. Oh my god. No. That was and I took some frost damage. As you can see, I have frostbite right now. So it's actually, am I gonna die? Holy! Close call. Dead. Like I said, numbers are being heavily tweaked. So ignore the damage for now. But yeah, there's a lot of buff debuffs coming with this school. And like I said, what's important here is that we get the damage types that, as long as there's a physical damage type in these spells, your armor works. So if it has piercing damage, for instance, your piercing defense armor will reduce that damage. Please keep it at 79 damage. No. Like I said, there will be a big balance session tweaking the numbers. And like I said, we always want to be on the weaker end moving forward. It's better to call them too weak and pointless rather than way too powerful and deadly. But yeah, like I said, you know, if you're naked and getting those spikes on you, which is piercing physical, obviously they will do more damage. If you have armor, it will negate that damage type. I can do tornado. Let's see. Chickaboom. Roaring Wind, it's called. Roaring Wind. Chickaboom. I think the sound is not synced to the longer existence of it either. What? Got a little heal. Got a little heal. How will ecumenical spells work with spell reflect since they have no visual projectile? Ecumenical will remain as they are. They just simply bounce on its effect. We do want to expand the chat bar. Obviously, it's a proper request from the players. Again, the only thing is the time for the devs. We can't focus on too many things simultaneously. It would be a mess very quickly then. How will Elementalism work indoors? They will work as you would expect. I mean, if I'm in a cave, I can obviously cast this, right? There are some spells that traces from the sky that may be limited in caves. So it depends on the spells, I would say. I mean, the tornado right now is quite optimized and cheap, so that's why also it doesn't look insanely beautiful. We will refine it a little bit more. It's not really finished, so I don't have a impact. It's all GPU based as well, the tornado, and in most cases you're actually CPU bound, so it doesn't matter if your GPU is not being utilized and your CPU is bound. You can have plenty of those on screen, and you will get a little bit more usage from your graphic card actually, which is just nice, right? Hacker ring. I got a little hacker ring over here. Some mighty Ugmiums and Platina. Yes, so there are different types of buff debuffs, and they also counter each other's where it makes sense, right? And you are also in control of removing those effects. Yeah, we want to add some of those nice quality of life functions on the broker. There's a lot of nice quality of life things requested from the community. It quickly makes a long list, right? So we just have to get a few of them over time when there's time to add that. Roughly when will Elementalism be in the game? Can't say exactly when still. We only have internal dates, nothing public. You know, a lot of things are getting in place as we speak, and heavy testing sessions is starting. So we need a little bit more time, obviously, to make sure we are in a good spot. But we're getting closer and closer every day. With fire debuff will be something more other than damage of time. Or eyes will be king of PvP because of that plus slow. So like I said, we're very careful about slowdown because speed is king, right? So it may be that there are no impact when it comes to that, and it's more affected other things pretty much. But there will be quite a few, and also combinations. Like I said before, if you got tar, oil stuff on you, fire will be more efficient and maybe burn for longer. Stuff like that. If you are in water and you're wet, lightning may be a little bit more efficient. So there may be combinations that make them a little bit more efficient than just getting shot by them. There's a meteor, but doesn't look very cool at this point. I just want to show them those that are, you know, closer to be more final, so you don't get disappointed or misunderstand. It's still a work in progress, and things changes heavily every build. Not ready for this new gameplay. Yes, you are. You are. We need depth. We need options. We need a lot of tactics, right? And more there will be. Does the lightning ball go through walls or bounce off them? The lightning balls have an impact. So if I shoot it in this building, it should... do you see how it saps me also? Or didn't it? It should have an impact here. Is there no collision here? Let's see if I can pull it up. Okay, it didn't, but it should. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it should. So yeah, that's some of the changes. It should collide on, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it clearly doesn't right now. Oh! Oh! Oh shit, what am I casting here? Yeah, that's a killer. Killer. So no more chaotic weather effect. No, not chaotic. You will have from normal to extreme storm, humidity, and heat values. Look at this mage over here, showing his mighty power. The ball. I said it right the first time. yeah. I mean, scribing will grow over time also. Oh. Cause lightning and spin in circles. Ball, you mean? Yeah, right now you can't use elementalism on mounts, and that is a baseline. You know, also ties to a little bit balance. If we see that it absolutely is needed in the future, if we want to really change that kind of rules, maybe we need to investigate it. But right now it follows the same as in the first game, which is no elementalism on mounts. There's a huge arsenal of options, obviously, for the elementalism to cast a lot of different things to aid in all circumstances, except on mounts right now. Did you see that sap? Zikaboom. It's nice to see Foot Mage Love for once. Yeah, let's run with it, you know. Hopefully it will be in a good place and make it balanced and unique to the Foot Mage style. There will be combinations. So the debuff buffs we have so far is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 types, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, they combine in different ways, counter each other's in different ways. Looks good, all these spells. Thank you. Yeah, like I said, the damage and cost for these are in a rough state. We haven't really focused on that. That is the refinement in the final balance session. So yeah, you can expect to see changes on damage and so on. You want to start on the safer side, you know, making sure they may underperform rather than overperform or being overpowered. The human 50% damage clay work with elemental spells. Should be all damage for the human clade, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there are buffs that can stack if they don't negate each other's in any way. Ecumenical, I think we have changed that, yes. That you can, no, I don't have any regents. But if I'm not mistaken, you can now walk and cast any spells that you couldn't before. So you have this speed. Makes it a little bit more smooth. Obviously, calculated all the pro mage today that run and jump and start casting in air. That distance you get is almost equal to what you can gain while walking. So, you know, it's not a big change, but it makes it more smooth, I would say. Yeah, you can walk and cast everything. Just casually threw that in there. I mean, we talked a little bit about it in the past, right? And I also even asked the people a little bit what they thought, and it looked like absolute majority thought it was a nice improvement without being a very big difference. Like I said, everyone that casts jump casts gains almost the same distance than when you're walking and casting the same. Yo, I'm confused. Walk and cast ecumenical now. Yes, that is what we're testing. Here we got a few ones. Let's not that one. Need some sulfur. Did I got butter? Yes, I did. Walking and casting. Whoa! That was my GM. And heal, yes. Die, you little bastard. Wow. Jump casting at least takes a bit of mechanical skill with a potential to mess it up. Walking and casting command can be used dodge arrow while enacing. Yeah. I mean, you can still do the jump cast, right? To gain that additional movement. I mean, you are walking. It's not that you can, you know, make it extremely difficult to be hit by an arrow because it's very, very slow. No, you don't. You always jog when you try to move around the dodge or even, you know, obviously use the sprint. So you're still a pretty easy target for anyone that can aim. You cannot turn while mounted, if I'm not mistaken. Shouldn't. Um, Uh, uh, How many months away is elementalism? Not months, not months. We're getting quite close. Question: when the combination like wet and ice can freeze a solid. I'm not sure with exact combination at this point, but there are variation between them, how they are combined. Like I said, we are careful about preventing control over your character. No, you can still jump cast. That is as it's always been. Can I do one bit to get questions also? Sick. Will lexicon. No update to the spell books at this point. The weather resistant clad effect limited damage received. Yeah, depending on if it's that category, there may be a reduction, yes. Yep, tower shields will be heavier. They're not meant to be used on mounts. Will metal armor amplify electrical damage? No. But if you're wet, it will. There's no change on casting on walls back. More hotbars when? I mean, you have quite a few more, right? Than before. So you need more than these. Is that what you're telling me currently? So I want to add that you can. So look here. You have plenty of numbers here. So 9, 8, 9 per bar also, right? I'm not sure when Haven will be free to play. Sometime after Epic Game release is the plan. Bro, who cycles balls in combat? Indeed, we need a hotkey for cycling, right? To make that more efficient. That's what's missing. That's what I was gonna say. I want to add a hotkey that allows you to cycle through those with a click. Then you have everything multiplied with 9. Which means you should have plenty of hotbars to cycle through, right? That's the plan. Choo! Who is this mage casting spells over here with the signal flares? We got signal flares in the game with this next patch. Didn't know that, people? Did you know that, people? Signal flares. Who's doing that signal flare? Who is the mage casting these? My friend Jessica Fish. Whoa, what the hell? What the hell? What? And there he is. Casting those feisty spells. Do you have any reason to believe the player base will grow before Haven free to play. Of course, there are a few thousand players asking for the content that goes before free to play. So obviously, and you already see us growing every week currently, getting the game into a good shape and position. And of course, we have the big one, TC. A lot of new player-friendly experience and additional good stuff with the Epic Game Release patch. So those will obviously bring players back and new players into the game. And the big thing is to keep a lot of the new players compared to without that content. No, Unreal 5 is not coming this month. Yeah, we will remove that 10-second logout in Gal Core. There's a volume that shouldn't be there. Yes, you need scribing to add spells to Elementalism knowledge. Will the prioritize speed change, or is there fasting spells prioritize-wise? There are different speeds from slow to fast projectiles. But since they are completely server-side, they can't be just as quick as an arrow currently. There needs to be a little bit more slowed down for it to synchronize and calculate. There are other projectiles that are wider, larger, so obviously the hit, it's easier to hit with that width. Is the Epic release coming out this month? If so, what's coming with it? No, Epic Game release is not now. So next patch is this Elementalism and Alchemy, and a huge optimization on server, a very large one. The next patch of that is the huge TC patch, the long awaited from a few thousand. Ooh. Holy cow. After that one is the Epic Game patch, Unreal 5 transition. What is that sneaky mage? Sneaky one, sneaky. But how cool was that? Seeing the projectile fly. Oh, freaking cool! Freaking cool! I love it. Legendary twig. That is a rare catch. So what is happening with different effect in each hand? So yeah, that's a good question. This is something we're refining right now. It will change heavily, so I can tell you that. The prioritize I've showed you that is flying are close to being final, but the precast, just like you said, the right hand is showing what type of spell group it is. The left hand is showing the specific spell and element results. So a skilled player can eventually read what kind of spell you are casting and, you know, be prepared in time before you actually shoot it. So you see to left, it starts with the elements, two basic elements. So this is fire and earth. You can see actually those elements shaping in a circle, right? In the left hand, right? Earth, so like stones, and fire. And they create heat, which is this projectile. So there's actually a lot of logic behind them. You got whoop. 4 is like water, air, and we got the hailstorm, as you can see here. So again, you can learn to read what's going on. But it's gonna be heavily refined. Gonna look more pleasing to the eye. Whoa, whoa. Got a nasty ninja mage here throwing bolts. It's pretty cool to hear them flying as well. Look at that bastard over there. Bastard. Bastard. We have 3 sets of clothing also that we plan to have for the Epic Game release. So the citizens will have more clothing, and obviously you will be able to wear those clothes as well. Whoa, 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 whoa. There he is. Bastard. Oh, whoa. What the hell? There seems to be some collision. I noticed that before as well. Depending on some of the volumes we use, they collide against some of those volumes. So obviously things like that we need to clear up, so they don't get into obstacles that shouldn't be there. Pick him. Gonna be dangerous near the guards here. Gonna be very dangerous. Phew! But it's so cool to see them flying around. Right? Really cool. Is that fire projectile or damage spell or a flare? It's called Ember. It's the one of the weakest first light spells you can learn, maybe even on Haven. We want new players, because one of the more common questions have been, why can't I be a mage and cast those spells, you know, like many are expecting from that are similar to many games today. And this school is giving a lot of that, right? So Ember is one of those weak spells that does a little bit damage, a little physical damage, and a little heat damage. So there's a combination of the damage, and you can obviously resist the physical damage with shields, armor, and then that heat may pass through a little bit. So you have better control of building resistance against those specific spells. So there's 70 70 spells in total. We are not adding all of them in one patch. This group here, entities, is a complete rewrite from the first game. It's gonna be sweet. So 10 spells under each of these categories. So you start by choosing the type in the spellbook. And then on the next circle, one of the elements. And then the inner circle, the final elements in your created Ember. These entities are like your elemental pets that are connected to you or the friend or foe that you send him on to. Arrows shoot much longer and faster, said Lynch, so it's still a huge difference from these projectiles I'm showing you now and archery. I mean, it's quite easy if you're fighting up players like, you know, a few meters like this. When you see this spell flying, you can dodge them quite easily. The arrow, you can't dodge like that when you're, I mean, in this range here, you won't dodge the arrow. You need him to miss your nut. But there's still a chance to actually dodge these projectiles, for instance. And like I said, the range with an archer is to that mountain. If you maximize it, obviously these spells doesn't really have that range, as you can see. Quite the difference, like 1/10 of the distance. So of course there's still gonna be a huge difference between archers, bows, crossbows compared to magical projectiles. There will be more options where you can craft your own arrow types, more bows and crossbows, obviously also to those that want to go fully fledged archer ranger type. Some more, nice. What's the range on that, Amber? I'm not sure. So there's two things. It's the speed and lifetime, how long it lasts. And I think the Amber lasts for about 5 seconds. So 5 seconds of transportation by this speed. I don't know what range that would give us, but it's quite decent, right? Quite decent. The hailstone is a little bit longer. It lasts for 6 seconds, and I think 1 second longer, so it has a little bit better range, as you can see there. So it's good range. Who's this shooting? Bastard. As you can see, the projectile is incoming that speed. You can dodge them. Choo! Matrix move. Choo! But of course, you need to keep your eye on the target or you're gonna get zapped. But on this distance, obviously, it's gonna be a challenge to hit, right? Rightfully so. It feels sweet. It feels very sweet. I can tell you that. Oh! You see that Matrix move? Like a motherfucker. Let's see if we can get him with a little juice ball. Juice ball. It's a little bit slower, but it saps 4 meters if I get in range. I got him. Got 1 zap out of him. Let's Ooh. Now obviously if I'm casting a slower spells, you have a little bit better chance to try to hit me. I got him! Got him! Got him, guys. That's how you do it. Got him. Poor little bastard. Obviously a very powerful spell, the one I cast, which will be tweaked number-wise. But that's how you get him. Poor bastard. Yeah, it's there's a satisfaction behind releasing these spells. I can tell you that. When you get the juice right. Oh my god, he reported me. That son of a bee. Whoop! No, no, no! Come on, man. Come on! Wasn't paying attention. They got their revenge. Yeah, can't be too close. Can't be too close. A magical heartstone brought me back to life instantly. Yeah, I need to be careful about that, little patrollers. But yeah, that was pretty sweet how I got him. That's how we do it. But be careful about the guards. Take everything. So that is the little sneak peek of Elementalism. What do you think so far, guys? It's gonna be sweet. It's gonna be sweet. Amazing. Cool. Loving it. Wicked. Good work, Ammo2. Yep, thank you very much. The team is killing it as usual. They are delivering really good stuff. That seems too slow. Like I said, there will be adjustment, and some spells may not be very effective when you have range shooting at each other's. Like I said, some of these spells can't be too fast either, based on how they are calculated on the server. It's real prioritize calculated on servers. But obviously there are many other spells that can be used in different ways. So we will have some heavy session when it comes to balancing, going through the numbers and speeds and making sure that you can obviously be effective using a lot of these spells. Some may be very good for PvP, while some may be more good for PvE. These spells balance off Magic Reflect. Yes, it's actually so if I shoot him here from this angle, it's gonna bounce back to me the same angle. So yeah, pretty cool. Airburst is coming back. Yes, there are gonna be two types. One weaker, one target going through, one wider that could be hitting more than one even. Are there any profession points related to Elementalism? There's only 3 action primaries related to fully master Elementalism. You don't have to master them all, obviously. Like I said before, you can choose those primaries depending on how many of these groups of categories you want to master. I think entities and weather is linked to one primary, and then you have primary for I think 3 other and then 2 others. So depending on what you want to tap into, fully master or partially. Tornado is going to be expensive, obviously, so they can't just be thrown around like candy. Schnull. Will there be something similar to Hailstorm for fire-like piercing damage with fire-like flame lance? Yeah, there will be a lot. So proposal is I would say quick light projectiles in this category, and that means you can, you know, do air, water, earth, fire. Obviously air is gale. Like one of those air bursts. We have new names on quite a few here. Fire and earth, amber. Water, air, hailstone. Water, fire, mending vapors. I guess you can guess what that name entails. Maybe. Water, earth, sludge. Water. Doesn't display currently. But just to give you a little idea. And then we have the aggregation. That is larger impacts projectiles than this group. Scourging stream. Air, fire, fireball. So this is a bigger, wider impacting fireball that is more powerful than the small amber from this group. Boulder from earth, and then of course you can combine them. Tarball. Wanna got a little tarball. Sandpout. Lava ball. Just to give you a few. Just to give you a few, you know. So you will combine and build your spells like that and enjoy. That bastard over there. Should punish him with a little spell. No, the weather system is still there, which is heat, wind, humidity. That is polarization, I think, yes. So this is how you create the different weather types. Some spells, heavy spells, requires the right weather circumstances. Got some mages. So to cast that tornado, there needs to be some specific weather requirement sets. You can't just cast them if it's a clear day like now, for instance. That's also part of the balance. Do you see how it bounced? That's the magic reflect. That is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So as long as he stands still, it bounces straight back to that direction. Pretty cool. I actually haven't seen that one. Haven't had time to check all the progression so far. But yeah, pretty cool. So he cast a new one. Let me try it. Pretty cool, eh? So it remains from that angle that I release it on. So if I'm standing still, it's gonna hit me. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Now this is cool. Why didn't you show this? I don't know, foe. I don't know, foe. I didn't have other players around me, but you get it now. You get it now. You see how I dodged it? Pretty cool, right? It is awesome. I mean, have you seen this in an MMO in your entire life? I haven't. Not even close. It's insane. It's insane. See? Clap for it. Clap for it. Can you bounce back and forth? Good question. Let's do a double reflect. Alright, let's try. Oop. What happened? Did he remove his... Boom? No, only one. Did he have reflect up? That's the question. It should be another bounce, right? If we are using the same rules. Can be cast out of himself. What? It is cool. It is cool. We're getting a lot of... did he have reflect on him? He had, right? Oh. If I'm casting now. Zip. 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 Yeah, so it doesn't bounce on my back. Is there no immunity to magic in armor, like steel armor? So that's what coming with this patch also. You actually... did he just bounced himself? You're getting different damage types with this school. So anything physical from the spells is now absorbed by your armor and gear, which haven't been possible in the past. Yeah. He's shooting on himself, right? With the reflect, and it just bounces in one direction. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Can fire it behind. Yeah, that's a trick shot. Trick shot. Bug detected. I'm not sure if that's a bug. I mean, if I have reflect on and I shoot a spell on me, it bounces, right? It works as, you know, the logic part. The question is obviously, do we want it like that? Do we allow it? This is going to be a next-gen Harry Potter simulator. It's gonna be a lot of magic love. That's for sure. That's for sure. Hogwarts Legacy. Out on the 10th. You're gonna have more magic than Hogwarts. That's for sure. Boom! Boom! Holy shit, did you see that triple bounce? Pretty cool. So if you're army with bouncing, it can zap back and forth, back and forth. You won't see this in Hogwarts. Trust me. Can you walk and move with mental projectile? You can walk and move, yes. Walk and cast. Throw rock on him. Let's I wonder if these bounces. Holy shit. My shield did something crazy. So a lot of this have to go through testing, obviously, all these different cases. What's the biggest elementalism spell? It's one of those giant tornadoes, I would say, I think. Holy shit, did you see that, guys? It bounced on his shield. A lot of crazy stuff here. These are the things we obviously... Oh my god, guards is coming. Damn! Yeah, if I'm ecumenical casting... So you can walk now. Applying. If you're applying more resistance to armor, will you also be changing how physic works? No, so there's still a magical damage type that still works as normal. But most of these new spells also have other types of damage in the spell. Quite often physical damage that gets reduced by armor. So again, a heavy armored character will obviously take much less damage from these spells that I'm showing now that has physical damage also. It's like a rock with heat around it. So obviously that rock will be heavily nerfed by heavy armor. Oh. What year is this game fully released and finished? It will never be finished. It will always keep expanding. So when do someone call it finished? When it will keep getting huge features, new content, every month pretty much. Whoops. That is one nasty guard. So we obviously set our milestones, right? Along with Epic Game Release, that is a big milestone for us. And that means it includes a certain amount of performance, optimization, stability, polish, and new player experience, along with those long-awaited features that most of our player base have been asking for. That is a big milestone for us. And if everything works as planned, then that's also when we plan to scale up and start marketing and hopefully grow even more. Yeah, the rock will obviously do more damage if you only wear clothing. So naked target will get full physical damage from that rock, including some possible heat effects. But armored players would, most likely get less, obviously, less damage from these spells. Will Hailstorm be reflected back? Good question. So Sebastian codes it in a way where, you know, where it makes sense, and sometime that follows in many cases. But sometimes, depending on the mechanic, it doesn't apply the same way. So have to test and confirm how a lot of those different types works. So you guys want me to start the giveaway? Is that what I'm looking at? Let me start my tool first, guys. If it's doing physical damage, MR should have no effect. Okay, now I'm connected, guys. So you can start the sign up. So if you haven't typed exclamation mark MO2, you can do now, and you will be up for the giveaway. Am I frozen? Why am I frozen? Can you hear me? Yeah, my camera died. Why? That's strange. Let's see what the hell is going on. My camera froze. Why? Let me see. That's strange. I think my computer need a reboot soon. I've been running for a few weeks without reboots, and then strange things happens, just like my mic before, I guess. Should have restarted before stream. Let me see what the hell is going on here. Hi. Okay, I think I'm back. Maybe. I'm back, right? Great, thank you. Is MO2 turning your hair gray, Henrik? I see it on the side, you silver fox. Demo man, you know, I'm getting into age, you know. I'm 40 years old. I'm not 25 anymore, so of course I'm getting some of those gray hairs. Yep. It's time. It's time. It's 4 years. Oh my god. Another one. Rasmilknakov. Thank you for the prime. 9 months. Appreciate it. Booyah! Booyah! Don't you like my silver mane? Is that what you're telling me, eh? Usually it slowly creeps up around 30s, right? So I've been quite blessed keeping most of my hair, if not all, even too much. I still got the fluff. But yeah, the gray beard and hair is slowly arriving. Mr. Bugatti! Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate it. And you look great for 40. Thank you very much. I appreciate hearing that. But yeah, you know, new research do say that stress is tying with gray hairs. You do get more gray hair if you stress on a longer period of time. So maybe maybe I am getting a few gray hairs from mortal, you know. There will be update on several of the Beast Mastery abilities and tweaks to make as much use as possible for all of them over time. Test that hailstorm, please. Hey. Yeah. Oh, we got some. Look at this, guys. Look at this. I'm gonna sneak that. crap out of him. Shh, shh. Look at this. Look at these guys. Shh, shh. See what's coming. I don't see what's coming. Get him! Get him! Oh! Almost got him too. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. Okay, so they got the reflection up. Let's see. Let's see if it works. Oh. Does he have reflection up? No. Let's see if I can move it back. I was moving it back. There was a small movement in that one. I can actually control it very slowly. Got some chill. He's chilled. Body heat is reduced. So if you're on a desert, that's not too bad actually, because it cools down your body temperature. Another one bites this bites the dust. I got one of them. That was a little sneaky. No. So now we're catching up to melee, right? Melee have been a dominant force and main thing for majority of the players, and a lot of people and mage lovers have been asking for, when do we get the juice for playing a full mage? Now we're getting that, and obviously after that is a plan to continue deeper for melee, which is special moves that will give obviously melee people the same kind of juice and options. How happy Henrik becomes when he kills someone, a true murderer. You know, it's always fun to sneak up. Is anyone? Oh! What the hell? What the hell is this? What the hell? What the hell did he cast? There are some spells that are not really where they should be. I don't know if they're casting some of that. And like I said, there are coming big important counters for magic damage. So those high burst damages that a lot of people have been complaining about will be, you know, there will be counters options for those now coming with alchemy also. What cape this is? It's a red cape. Choo. How cool is this, guys? Trying to jump into it. Hoop! Oh, that was a close one. Pretty cool, eh? Pretty cool. Oh! Jesus. Oh. Purify potions are irrelevant. You can't purify T-Lash or Auschwitz, but you can resist them with some alchemy potions. You can resist them for a long time with the right potions. So you're getting some juice counters for sure. They're pretty cool, Henrik. Hope the server will be able to handle it. Yeah, so this comes at a cost, and that's something we're testing now as well. Tick rate updates and such, but we're also doing a huge optimization on the same part on the server that handle this kind of data, which is tied to AI. Then he's doing his magic as usual, doing a huge optimization that should give us a lot of headroom for stuff like this. But yeah, we are prepared for a few things. You know, if things seems to go very expensive, there are a few options we have that could produce some of that. Why should we need potions to resist magic? I mean, that's a tool, right? You know, why should you use armor to resist a sword? It's the same question. Come on. Come on, man. Come on. Let's get our shit together now. There will be many tools to destroy and counter. To be honest, the best counter to a naked mage is a bow. Yeah. A melee reflect. How the hell does that look? That looks like a physical shield, right? I think the best tool to counter a mage is a blade to his face. That's an option. When we see kite shields, I can't say for sure when. Flawless Sylvan, you will see, my friend. Yes, there will be javelins, throwing weapons. Is pet pathing in houses been finalized? Yes. Pets can now walk into houses and path inside the houses. And not only that, around all houses. You know, if you have a pet following you around houses, I'm sure you noticed how they go to very strange locations before they can follow you, annoying the crap out of you. That has also been fixed so they can actually smoothly walk around a house and follow you. Flame arrows comes with the TC patch. There is one type of heal with elementalism, yes. There's no changes yet to the walkers in terms of controlling. Yeah. I mean, we fully get it. There will never be a perfect balance in these types of game, especially the more types of classes, options, tools, weapon groups are added, magic schools. It's impossible, and it's not designed to be like this always counter this one counter that, and these all are supposed to be the same via utility or viable everywhere in the world. It's never going to happen, right? We just want to make sure that there's a nice overall balance. There's proper tactics, proper counters, and adaptation. If you really hate mages, you should be able to build a character that are very efficient against mages, and that is doable, especially on this next patch. So yeah, of course, you know, everyone is never going to be happy and agree with everything either, because it's impossible, right? And yeah, it's a never-ending process. Rarity is the spice of Nave. How do you like those prioritize? Looks pretty nice, right? I like them. I like them a lot. It's nice to see them fly. Choo! Choo! This frostbite. See, we can heat them up. Bouncing. Not enough range to reach me. Who? Did you see how I jumped into it? That is a real projectile, ladies and gentlemen. Real projectile. Chill. He's chill. Was trying to hit him. Ah, he got ignited. Did you see? The first one, it got ignited. Pro gamer move. Indeed. And we also get some love. Along with the melee special ability patch, we are focusing on 2 to possible 3 per weapon group on one of those upcoming patches after Epic. Archery is one of those groups. We're working on a few points of interest that we have prepared for the Epic patch also. And a lot of wildlife. We have identified a whole Milan world where there lack a lot of wildlife, mobs, bandits, mobs roaming. So we plan to add quite a few of those also, a few hundreds even. So Milan gonna be more heavily populated, especially in those more empty areas of the world, so people can spread out and farm, bandits, risers, all those kind of mobs. Similar to those camps that are quite heavily populated already. What spells were delayed for part 2? The entities group, for sure. A little bit unsure yet on a few spells in one of the other groups, but entities for sure. It's a whole new rewrite of that system. That's why we need a little bit more time on that, but we don't want to delay the whole thing only because of that. Yeah. So those spells in necromancy that should be released without targets, etc., will be using these mechanics as well. We focus first on elementalism to make sure it's fully covered before we go over those other ones. Yeah, this boulder needs a little tweak. Looks a little funny. Real good bounce in it. Hogwarts Legacy 2 Online. They don't stand a chance against our magic. It's gonna be juice, pure juice. Why does it bounce though? Like I said, it's gonna get quite a few tweaks. We had a bouncing boulder in the first game that was pretty juicy, but yeah, we need a few tweaks. Yay, thanks should make the spells much easier to use. This school will be easy to use, especially the first groups that are meant to be common magic for everyone. Then it becomes a little bit more expensive, obviously. Yeah, like I said, ignore the numbers on those boulders, especially boulders is, need a update on the... What was he shooting our knee? There's no camouflage spell in Elementalism, but there is a darkness spell that behaves quite interestingly that you can will play around with. No, you won't be able to buff your melee weapons. You will get the the fire arrow options to put your arrows on fire with the TC patch. Stain, didn't you say that it was allowed again? I thought you wrote that. So melee fire can just sip potion and ignore my magic damage? Not really. Obviously, it won't stop all magic damage, right? Like I said, you'll be able to do a Psi-Fire that can be very effective against mages when it comes to the magic damage. So using some of the potions, you'll be able to negate a lot of the damage over a period of time. Did you see this screen shake? Pretty cool, eh? But no, obviously you can't remove all the damage. The earthquake will still remain there. Can we sip a potion to protect against physical damage? There will be something like that, my friend. Stan, yeah, I'm not really up to date what's going on there with rules and so on, so we will have to look into that. Do you hear that? Do you see how it shakes my camera? Wonder if the range is correct on those zap range, that is. Thank God for magic potions to finally give foot fighters a chance. Now, what are we going to do about all these pets? I haven't heard that much complaint about pets lately, actually. Pain. Yeah, that sap range isn't really working as intended. You should see a very clear line of zap electricity that goes from that ball to me, along with that damage. I didn't really notice it. I've seen it working on other builds. I don't know if they've been updating some of that stuff. Foot fighters destroy pets, lol. What is this guy talking about? I don't know. Giveaway. I need to sleep. Work tomorrow early. Yeah, the giveaway, guys. Let's do a final few seconds. Expression mark MO2. Maybe tune in and we're gonna roll it. Look at this beautiful ball incoming here. Pew, 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 pew. Whoa! That was a dangerous one. Sneaking won't be soon. I can't say when. Mean summons. What do you mean? What? What? What do you mean? I love these updates. Great job, Star Wars. Thank you very much. Crew Moir. There should not be consequential magic or physical resistance potions. The way you mitigate and deal damage in this game should be by skill to become that legendary fighter. I mean, like I said, you will be able to have an effect and counter and prepare, but it's nothing you can just enable, and it's on that resistance for an endless amount of time. Obviously, good armor obviously reduces melee damage, right? Including magic that gives physical damage where it makes sense. Heat will obviously pass through armor, but depending on what kind of heat, they may also affect that. So I mean, player skills is always the main factor, right? But there will be, like I said, there's the big burst damage without really having any possibility to avoid, dodge, echo spell. It's obviously tricky when it comes to player skill balance, because, you know, it's very hard when you can't block it or break a line of sight depending on where you are in the world. But now at least you will have another weapon in your bag that you could use in that circumstances to, you know, survive quite a few more spells before being whacked. So again, situational tactical options I think is very good for the game, so people can have those options rather than, okay, it's GG, I can let go of my keyboard because I'm out in the open. I have the mounted mage, I'm gonna die in 2 spells. Game over. Can you see the tornado thing? Of course we can see the tornado thing. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, Puffy. It's not final, I want to point that out. It's gonna be pulling out things damage and how I get affected when I'm too close are the final things we are ironing out and finalizing. But visually, we are getting it slowly in place. Size-wise, it's above the walls, so you can see it roaming inside enemy walls. We may want to make it a little bit bigger or taller, perhaps, but it's pretty close where it should be, I think. Referring to delay of entity spells, are you referring to elemental summons? Yeah, damper. Yeah, exactly. So this group here is a big rewrite from the first game, where you can do the elemental familiar pets for your mage, and they will follow you in a completely new way. They won't be a pet that stand on the ground and walk and take those types of commands. It will be more hovering over your shoulder or around your body, and then you can also send that to your friend or foe, and it will do different things depending on what kind of element that is. You can go over the 7 types again quickly. Sure, I don't know if the names will update, but propulsion. This is the first group that you can even tap into a little bit of this on Haven after a while. And that's Amber, and those fast, light, easy sheep spells. You have 10 spells in this group. And then you have Aggregation. It's a little bit similar, projectile based, but larger, wider, more punch in them. Cost a little bit more also. Then we have Direction. Again, I don't know if this is a final name or not, but this is 10 spells that you can, some of them you can control a little bit, some of them move in certain ways. So they move in special ways, pretty much. The entities, which is your elemental pets, coming next later, as in polarization would be how you affect the weather, how you change the weather. Arrangement would be wall types of spells, like firewall, the ice wall surrounding an enemy, stone wall to prevent a rise or bomb, you know, those kind of stuff. And then we have emanation, which is a little bit more volume-based spells that you can... or is the ice volume in this one? Shit, I don't remember. But yeah, volume types, cold volumes, heat volumes, different types of volumes. So 10 spells under each of these groups. Is that a teleport? No. Teleport is not in this school. It would be in Mentalism, if I'm not mistaken. Can you give us an estimation time frame of when this patch drop? 1 to 2 months? No, we're actually a little bit, you know, closer than I think most people think. But again, I don't want to set a date and stress the crap out of the team or miss that deadline. But we're actually getting closer. A lot of things are spread out. What we need to do now is connect everything and just test the crap out of it and go through a lot of balancing, while VFX artists are still fine-tuning the effects. So yeah, giveaway. Let's do the giveaway, guys. It's time. Where do we have it? Let's... Here we are. All right. Let's do it then. All right. All right. Holy shit, a lot of new sign up. Okay, I give it 5 seconds. 5 seconds, guys. Where can we vote on the next game mechanic we want? So we have the first sprint, as you can see in the roadmap, that we fully need to focus on and deliver first, which is 3 big patches. So when those are getting to an end, that's when we're gonna present the different options we want to see, what the community want to see in what order. So that's when we're gonna present that on the forums. So we're gonna make sure that everyone gets that information and can, you know, make your voice heard. And we will take a look and go in that direction. All right, it's time. Good luck, everyone. Here goes the giveaway. Oh, bada boom, boom, boom. Here we go. DC Mater. Congratulations. DC Mater. Are you here? Is the question. Don't forget to follow, guys, if you wanna get a shot. So if you just tune in, be followed. And yeah, you have a chance every stream pretty much. DC Mater. Let's see. Rigged. Always. Guess I will never play this game. Oh, you have a shot every week, my friend. If you don't want to commit to the game, that is. It's worth it, I can tell you that. If you want a true sandbox game. Sorry. DC Mater, are you here? What was the name? DC Mater. Wonder if he's AFK over here. No response yet. Right? DC Mater just said thank you. He highlighted. Ah, sorry, I missed it. Alright, so if you can send me a DM or respond to that, DC Mater, we should have the key covered. Yes, I see now, thank you. Not gonna lie, game looks fun, but all the mixed reviews from the community is making me hesitant. So the thing is, we got deservedly bad reviews initially when released because the server wouldn't have it. Chaos, madness, everything get to hell, and we have to pause everything. So everyone obviously, rightfully so, got very mad because they couldn't play when they wanted to. And it was laggy, and they thought that was, you know, how the latency was if you were outside of Europe, which isn't. So yeah, rightfully so, and sadly so, we got quite a few bad reviews. But up till then, throughout the whole beta, we were around 80%, which is overwhelmingly closely in reviews. And that has gone back to that kind of normal, around 70-80% positive. But obviously those 1,000 that got upset in the initial release remains as negative ones. So, you know, you need to look past that a little bit because we fixed all that crap. We're in a good place now moving forward. People are coming back and actually having a blast, enjoying it. So that's awesome to see. But yeah, we have a few more very important steps to deliver before we hit Epic Game Release. That's why that's a big milestone. So yeah, look, latest reviews are, you know, quite often on around, like I said, 70-80%, which is, you know, quite positive for this kind of a little niche game compared to most other MMO games. But yeah, it's harsh also compared to other MMOs, so you read up a little bit so you know what you can expect before you get too shocked if you get killed and looted. Cry More 78. Thank you very much for the gifts. Game is fun and brutal. It's not a game for everyone. It's going to like. Yeah. It's also an MMO that ruins your MMO experience in many other MMOs. That's what we hear quite frequently. You go past that level into Mortal Online, everything else is crap. It's like a baby park. You know, baby park. Just get past that mentality. Yeah, you will die. You will lose your shit. But you can replace it very quickly, easily by doing it yourself or buying from the market. So don't get too attached to items or gear. It's not World of Warcraft where you grind for months for your super sword of doom. And then you lose that in a minute or so. You know, it's not that type of view. So hopefully that makes sense. All right, great, DC. Let me grab you the key. One moment. We need some big streamers to jump in and play the game. Anything you're working on? Yes, for sure. We have them lined up for the Epic Game release. That's when we are ready for the masses and also handhold new players in a better way so they get a fair chance in actually getting into it and actually have the chance to become a, you know, long-term player. So yeah, we're cranking all that up along with the Epic Game release because then we have done the work we can in that newbie experience also. Okay, so here DC Mater is your CD code. CD code. All right. My bad, was watching Lourdes. Did I win? Kiev Paradise? No, unfortunately not. DC Mater was the winner today. This is not a game for streamers. I think it is. I think it's very entertaining to watch a Mortal streamer compared to many other games. I get quite bored by most streamers. But I have to say that I watch all those streamers and every now and then it's really exciting to watch the stream. Obviously we can have some downtime, mining time, running time without action, obviously not always full packed with action, but I really enjoy watching our streamers having a lot of fun. You know, some of our guys RPing and doing some crazy player experience. It's just unique and awesome to watch and witness. Then of course PvP, always interesting to watch, I think. So but of course you shouldn't be building your house on a stream perhaps, because that could be risky, and sometimes it's not, you know, fully suitable if you not want to give away your position, stuff like that. So but I do think there is a lot of joy and excitement for a lot of both our player base and random player to watch some of the streamers that we have, and for that awesome work and awareness our streamers is doing, we're gonna pay back to them as much as we can when we also hit the Epic Game release. We're gonna promote all those streamers. We're gonna make them all content creators, partners with Twitch, and give them Twitch drops, codes, all kind of stuff to spice things up. I will start streaming this game in untagged account to show new players how the game is and help them around. That is awesome. That is awesome. In your roadmap, what zone rules means? So that is where we all starting cities, capitals and so on will have high security, and depending on your access there will be different tiers, so you can actually become a famous Tinremic nation player character and gain from that. But obviously opposite, you will be more and more outcast. You may be able to enter a town, but if they don't like you they may refuse services. Then of course the next step will be you're not even allowed in the town. If you are very liked, you may be able to access certain areas and buildings and services that no one else can access if they are not as liked. So that more spectrum. And then it goes outside of the city to low security. There may be patrolling guards, there may be areas and forts that are still, you know, protecting new players and everyone around that nation land. And then if you go even further out, that's when you go into no man's land. No security, no murder reports, no laws pretty much. It's dangerous, there's more risk reward, but you go there at own risk. So this is a little bit like EVE Online, you know, you got null sec, you got high sec, where new players get a better chance to adapt to that new starting area and then slowly, hopefully, go further and further out and get to the juicy, risky parts of the game. So that's some of that. And also a huge update to the whole nation task system. New players, there's quite a few new players to this game and genre in total that are so used to quests, right? They're completely lost when they leave Haven, and many of them quit playing, and that's not good. So we want to make sure they all get a fair chance. We're going to handhold them a little bit with our task system. That's job and works. That is not the classic quests, but still give them a way to, I don't know what to do, so I'm gonna work for the Empire. They do some work, they learn new things, they discover things, they get rewards, get deeper into the game, and hopefully, you know, become a real mortal player and learn what it's all about. So a lot of important improvement for new player experience and to give them a fair chance, because that's what we all need and want, right? A growing player base. The more players in the game running around in the world, the more fun and exciting and better the game becomes. So yeah, murder counts in no-go zones or lawful areas means you can't place murder counts. You won't get flagged in the same way at all. So in those areas, deep in those caves and mountains or whatever, you won't criminal or be able to place murder counts when you are there in killing. Just saying, folks who stream daily deserve some love. Nothing worse than paying streamers with 1,000 viewers base and play for a week when some of the support game for a year. Still planning on having unarmed combat and fist weapon in game. Yes, eventually. Hopefully Meduli won't be the city with the most guards after that. No, we have the capital, right? Tinrem, Morinkur are two main capitals on Mirland. There will be guard patrolling outposts, and like I said before, supply line runs connected to keep owners depending on how they sign up also. So there will be different areas where you may want to be or not want to be depending on your style and reputation and so on also. Yeah, we don't pay anyone streaming or covering Mortal Online, and never done. We got a nice viral explosion with the stress test. A lot of people were excited about Mortal Online, took a look, tested it, and we worked hard to optimize everything with that huge influx of players until we couldn't find any more issues with that kind of influx of players. And that was awesome to see. But yeah, everything got put on hold when we run into big major issues and chaos with the Steam release. So preparing all that now, getting a second round and going back to all of that and make full awareness of the game, and hopefully a lot of them will pick it up again and come back. And there's some that are waiting for it, very excited for it. And let's get some of those big ones, Shroud and those guys that can actually like these types of game. When we're ready, it's time to get those giant streamers, hopefully, so they can try the game and see if they like it. Because I've seen they play some similar games, you know, coming from Ultima Online as well. So they should feel right at home with these more harsh rules. Is the best Mo YouTuber, and why do you think it's me, Henrik? What? Are you a YouTuber, man? We appreciate all effort from obviously our community, making cool videos, helping new players. It's a powerful thing, right? If we can make the game good enough, exciting enough, people will say that, right? And bring their friends, and the more the better, the more the fun. So it's a powerful thing. Was starting to kill new players in graveyards and not caring about zones. So like I said, all newbie zones will be protected, so it won't be fun to gank a noob and get instant killed by the guards and then banished from that city. And if you're a new character, you don't have anything effective to kill with more. We removed duped gold and the accounts. We removed shitload of accounts, characters, houses, and duped stuff, and worked on preventing that, obviously. So that is the only way moving forward. There is no magical solution to prevent everything at all time, because there will always be something new over time. And then it's our job to have proper tools to identify, track it, remove it, and clean up the game. That's what we need to do every month, and that's exactly what we're doing currently. What's the current server capacity? Won't the same happen again if you influx of players? So I don't know the exact numbers currently. We have increased the capacity performance immensely. And this next patch is one of the largest update, also performance-wise, capacity-wise. With that new build, we're going to do new measurements on the server to hopefully start getting close to some real numbers, what we're looking at. And hopefully that is a very impressive number. That is the goal. So this next patch is not only Elementalism, it's a huge thing on optimizing server performance on the main threads and nodes that affect player population. Just watch the Elementalism clips, that looks amazing. Awesome to hear that, Anthony HD Gaming. It is really fun to play around and shoot them as well. It feels smooth and nice. Smooth and nice. Is there plans to make the game... where the hell did it go? Make the game lighter on the CPU? Yes. Currently we're doing huge work in the background, and that is stepping over to Unreal 5, right? So we are working on huge optimization areas in the world, in cities, to make sure that you get better performance overall, but also get a smooth transition when you run around in the world and don't get those few second freezes that we have now in many areas of the game. So you should see a big improvement there. And then we're also working on one of the things that we said that we're going to do, also the character optimization. We support the largest battle currently in any MMO, but we're going to push that even further. So on the client side, which is now getting a little struggle, when you have 400 characters on the screen, the network handle it, but the clients is getting quite low FPS. So we are working on a long project to optimize the characters as well, to make sure you gain more FPS in those large battles. We don't have an exact date or time frame on when this is finished though, but it's eventually coming into the game also. Profo, yeah, we had one of the biggest battle. I think it was when Act was invading the coalition thing, and that was quite crazy. It was over 400 something in that area, and there were players like ants everywhere on the screens, and network were handling that as a beast without sweating actually. But yeah, depending on people's computers, many went obviously down in the way low FPS, but still playable. You know, you could adapt and play, even though obviously a hit on FPS. But that was very much expected. I mean, how many MMOs in this visual level with the detailed combat system can have 400 players plus on your screen without killing your performance? Not that many, right? So we're happy with that baseline, but we will improve it even more over time. How do you plan to properly test TC? There will be a lot of different test sessions. Depending on what we need, also we may need to invite additional players and so on. So we're still going through some of that detail. Didn't the server crash when the bell happened? No, not at all. During that, one of the biggest battles we had ever so far, there was no issues on the servers. There was no delay, no queues, and people were pleasantly surprised and excited about just enjoying the battle with a hit on FPS, like I mentioned, but that's a different topic, right? So we're very happy with reaching that huge milestone and witness just total mayhem in a way we've never seen in an MMO before. So we've gone a very long way since Steam release. We had so many bottlenecks and issues that we ran quickly into. that we have greatly surpassed at this point. We have a few steps more, like I said, getting in prepared for Epic Game release, but we will get there. The standing rep system will change quite a bit in depth. Like I mentioned before, the ties to the zones and nations for Epic Game release also. I feel like this game is more demanding for the GPU. My CPU barely reaches 15% capacity with playing. So Big Rick, everyone is CPU capped. It's just that it's the main thread. So even though you see 15% load on your CPU, one of your thread is hitting 100% load. That is capping your GPU to be fully utilized. And we're working on optimizing that as much as we can. But so far everyone is CPU capped pretty much. Huge battle is happening in one area. Will we see a huge effect in other areas of the map for FPS? No, FPS is on the client base, what your computer scene render, calculate locally. We had issues in the past where if a node got, hitting a load, queuing up, then everyone in that area, even though you're not participating in the fight, got badly affected by the network. That is something we have fixed currently. We increased that cap by a shitload. And this next patch, the Elementalist patch, we're also increasing the overall player capacity on the main world. It's going to be very interesting, exciting to see what kind of numbers we're going to reach when we have that deployed live. And then we can also do some calculation on that and see how that scales up. And hopefully get some numbers where we, and hopefully have some numbers that we want to hit a number where we feel that this is a good number for Milan. We don't need more now. The next way to get more players in is obviously by having another continent. So we need to spread the players eventually if we just keep on growing, which obviously is the goal. Hotline 2 are really nice. Plays on Steam Deck, but there's some issues with screen resolution. Are you planning some optimization solution for Steam Deck? I haven't really looked into Steam Deck, but I heard that you can play it. I have a Steam Deck myself. Steam actually was nice enough to send us a few, but we haven't really had the time to, test it and see what we can do to fine-tune it to be even better. I don't know what resolution they even use. But I mean, eventually, when we have more spare time to some of that on the side, and maybe. When will the clunky sheet unsheet be sped up and fixed? We will see. We will see. So we have a few key components we absolutely need to deliver. Everyone is occupied with their schedule on a daily basis on those specific tasks. As soon as those requirement is met, then we move forward on the quality of life. In that first step, there's also some bug fixes, obviously. But the next is, when all of that is finished, then we're reaching quality of life and improvement in general. That is one of them. Any more estimates on when TC might come out? No dates. It will be after the next patch, as you know. We are working a lot on TC as well. As I said, we are around 40 developers. All of them work on different things. It's a whole schedule to make sure everything connects together. So there's already work being done and been working on for quite a while when it comes to the TC. Mage stuff is, other developers working on those things for this patch that are getting close. Can't really say a date still, but we're getting closer and closer. Most people think it's very far off. I noticed that for some reason A lot of people think that these patches takes 5 to 6 times longer than all our other patches, which they will not take. We have a pretty regular phase on our patches. Obviously, some take longer than others, depending on content, and you know. But we're getting closer and closer. Patching comma and comma, baby. Indeed, it's better we get it right and good rather than too rushed, right? Of course, it sucks waiting. We all want them now, but we will have them, and not that far away that many think. Yeah, there are bounty hunting tweaks for sure happening after these sprints as well. We know now that bounty hunting is a thing, it will work, it's fun, but yeah, we need to expand on the options, tools, and rewards. So you can say it will come out this year. Oh yeah, yes, for sure, holy shit. Holy shit. I mean, so the boulder, for instance, give one of our guys a few hours, and then that's going to be final. Like I said, there's all the main function is what takes time. And then you just need to tie them together and refine numbers to have them fully finalized, and that's what we're doing. So, yeah. There are some updates coming to the hot food. They're actually not meant to be that effective just in a raw form. You need to use the mechanics to refine the hots and effects. Blood Kua is one of them. We noticed that become a common food you eat and get a insane hot, which wasn't really meant to be in a raw form. So you're actually gonna see a nerf on that in a raw form. So what you're saying is elementalism before Easter. When the hell is Easter? I don't see any dates. I'm just so consumed in just on a daily operation in the office. But it will see. It arrives when it arrives. Don't nerf my blood Kua. Also, if you cook it, the hut goes away. Yeah, so we wanna make sure that there's use for blood Kua just as intended. But obviously we also got a lot of complaint or feedback on, in general, getting raw food and the food profession, while you don't really get bonuses for refining into that skills. You just eat it in a raw form and that's it, right? Obviously not really good design and use of the whole cooking system. So that's something we need to refine over time, make sure that you're more rewarded by actually investing in those skills. That makes sense, right? Hopefully. Yeah, we have the fishing poles or a set of fishing poles ready already. And we have half of the crafting system finished for that also. So again, when we have some time, we're going to go back and add those rods options also in that system, and we'll have more fishing content. Please make cooking food good. Yeah, we need to update that for sure. Yeah, so was awesome to see that you liked what I showed, the little I showed out of Elementalism today. Things are rapidly going into place now every day. Like I said, the core foundation that have been built for quite a while is getting more finalized. And so now it goes down to each and every spell put them in place, make sure the specific rules and numbers are correct, and then just test and polish and balance, obviously. So awesome to hear your feedback and that you enjoyed what we showed so far. And like I said, there's going to be a lot. 70 spells in total. You're not getting the entities in this first pack because it's just such a big rewrite that we don't want to occupy that for the pipeline. Because like I said, there's other very important components we want to go live. Because right now, I'm sure you noticed every week we increase in the player population, which is really nice to see. Obviously, we expect more along with this patch and even more, obviously, with TC. So we also need to get the optimization server-side parts in. And the bigger one we have for a very long time goes into this next patch also. Your game animes are like 1998. What does that mean, Carmo? My game's animes. The Elementalism spell do more than 1 damage like Rise and Troll. The Elementalism spells do more than 1 damage. What kind of question is that? Orbital Tracker? It does more than 1 damage type. And depending on the spell, it does different types of damage. Why can't I buy Mortal 2 in Russian Steam? I think Steam have prevented all standard Russian purchases, if I'm not mistaken. There's only some limited ways for them, I think. So that's Steam that have done that decision for Russia. Is there some information about Saraka regions? Not yet. 70 with the entities will later. Yeah. 70 in total. So 60 without entities. No date on Saraka release. Yeah, refining need titles. We have a lot of titles, we just haven't had the time to add them. We will try to add more over time. Are you missing Saraka Azor TV? It was a nice content, and trust me, it's gonna look sweet ass on Unreal 5 in Mortal 2. Any free trial updates? Not at this point. As you know, we don't have any subscription active at all until we hit Epic Game release. After Epic Game release, we plan to do Haven as a free-to-play trial eventually. Good night, enjoy the stream. My highlight was Henrik calling that guy cringe, lol. Good night, RSL. Hidden base title could use some love too. I mean, we have a lot of more head and handles. We only start with 5 of each. Was a good number for every group. But there will be more over time. We just want to add those groups that are missing, a lot of people waiting for and want also. And then obviously we plan to also expand additionally in all groups over time. So yeah, over a long period of time, there are going to be a lot of different armor types, weapon types, and more crafting variation. Haven needs a name change option as its end. Yeah, maybe so. There will be some unique resources for Saraka and also the other continents for sure. And there may also be meteor drops on those continents, obviously, that will have very high-end stuff and interesting stuff. I mean, the stats of the blade. I mean, that's part of balance, right? We try to, over time, like I said, in this next patch, we are actually looking to have a small tweak on some of the never used weapons anymore. We identified some of the balance issues that happened since we increased the we reduced the fastest swing possibility to make sure everyone can see what's going on in fighting. And along with that, that threshold doesn't utilize all the weight on a Warhammer, for instance, and pole swords. So they get penalty by the speed, but they don't get the bonus from the volume they have. So we're adding that volume up to the threshold where just before their speed is being affected, and that means they're getting more blunt damage naturally. So pole swords, Warhammer is some of those weapons being affected by that, and those were very much used in the Comet Beta. Warhammer was one of the number one because it was so fast, but they can't be that fast anymore. But now they're getting the volume back, so hopefully we will see a few more of those weapons being used. We will take it carefully, small steps, and not trying to overdo it. Jeez, old. Oh god. I didn't hear when the pulse or Warhammer fix was coming. Next patch is looking to be possible next patch. And a few other goodies, surprises that you didn't expect that would happen. Yeah, I do enjoy the Warhammer back in Comet Beta. It was a nice, cool weapon. But yeah, the penalty by not utilizing its volume and just getting a little bit slower made it crappier. So we are fixing that little thing. A similar thing on the pole sword, for instance. Pole hammers, I'm not sure when. We did remove weak spot from spears for a very good reason during the whole combat beta, and it was an combined effort from the whole community, pretty much. I don't remember all the draft we have for the special abilities for all weapon groups, but there will be some, obviously, some that are more heavy impactful, requires more, proper use, while some are more something that you can throw in a fight or duel very frequently to spice things up, parry breakers, etc. for all groups also. So I think we will get more depth, more options, and more excitement for PvP, and also dueling will be affected. And can I pay you for the Base Hunter song about more than one? We'll see. Maybe coming back with Epic Game release as well. No pay for race change tokens. Yeah, we will see. We will see. We had a long discussion with that, Mats, and he thought that there's a way also where it makes sense and explain in the game where we could allow this, with very specific rules. But we obviously need more time to go through all that, which we don't have right now. We see an adjustment on handle hits from two-handed axes and clubs. What kind of adjustment are you referring to? We have made it a little bit more forgiving, as in increasing the head trays a little bit overlapping the handle to make them a little bit more forgiving, because it's very hard to see in first person. Sometimes it looks like, why was that a handle hit? But if you slow down and watch from the side, you see why it's a handle hit. But again, obviously we want to make sure that it feels and play well, rather than being annoying and frustrating because you don't really see that depth in first person. So we have taken quite a few steps already, especially during the combat beta, to overlap head trays over the handle to make them a little bit more convenient to use and forgiving. And there may be more that requires more of that, but we are very careful about it, obviously. Yeah, we should show weak spot stats on gear for sure. It will most likely happen sometime. Obviously, axes should be easier to hit, and hammer should do more damage on handle hits. Yeah, it makes sense that there's a little bit more punch when you do handle hits. You know, the closer the head, the more damage. Makes sense, I agree. There will be fist weapons for brawling later as a new weapon group. Augment's arm's too short. Any type of blunt weapon cannot hit a player on the ground, especially on a Mulva. Yeah, that sucks to have short arms. But they have other strength, right? The Augmers. Turn swords are made because of their lack of handle hits. Yeah, obviously their blade are superior. They have very minimum handle, right? So that's true. Especially after the last adjustment, why not do the same for two-handed axes and clubs, or at least 100 versions? We have done a little bit of that, but like I said, I still think there's a good point of having handle hits, right? We don't want to fully occupy it, but sure, there is room for more of that tweak. That's no doubt. We do want to, over time, up those weapons that are never used, because obviously we spend a lot of content and effort into creating everything. We want to make sure there are a lot of more options in those also. That's why we did a little nudge, because we found one of the clear issue with Warhammer sword, pole sword, that people also have been asking for a little bit. So hopefully they will be coming better and possible options on the battlefield, and we will cover more over time. Do they? Do they what? The Augmers. Do they have something, you mean? Why is gathering wood twice as long as stone gathering? It just is. It just is. Have you tried to cut down a tree compared to hack a few stones? There may be a few tweaks to the ping, but again, the system is there for a good reason, as you can understand. But yeah, there are some room for tweaks. Like I said, we have the opportunity to see you playing, and when you disconnect and what kind of connection you have, and see how that can be tweaked to give it as a good chance as possible. We're taking a look at many Australian players especially. But obviously when there's some really bad routings or spikes or loss, then it becomes tricky, right? But we will see. Have you tried exit lag, Shrubby? Quite a lot uses that. And it does help for quite a few. It improves the routing to our servers. That can help in quite a few cases. More weapon variations like a longer katana, hint hint. That katana isn't that quite long, or was it not? There will be more, yes, over time. I have to cut down a lot of trees. Joys of serving in the army. And I have dug up a lot of hard ground. Indeed, indeed. Cutting down a tree definitely takes less time than hacking a lot of stone. I guess it depends, right? It depends on what kind of stone and how much stone or what. No mentalism demo anytime soon, I'm afraid. We have to get the juice out of elementalism first. Banner swords are longer than spears. I think you can make a long spear that has a long thrust range. I get kicked more often when using exit lag. That's strange. Okay. One should not have to rely on third-party services to have a stable connection. No, of course. What I meant is that if you live out in the bush and have a crappy wireless connection or whatever to a parabol and then back to the grid, then obviously that's not optimal, right? And we can't do any magic to solve that out in the forest connection, can we? It was just a suggestion because I heard a lot of people gaining a lot of good stability and lower ping to our server by using exit lag. I don't know what's going on in this case with actually going into the server and look up Shrubby's connection to the server to see how it performs by looking at the raw numbers. But that is what we can do when we're trying to refine connections. I'm not saying anyone should subscribe to exit lag to enjoy more online, but I hope you guys understand what I meant with it. There's a free trial to test them. The GMs have been a lot of help this week. Appreciate them being quick when things go wrong and bugs happen. I'm happy to hear that. We're really trying to improve a lot of the steps and processes, and not only that, educate them in different cases. There's always new cases, so it never ends, but also improve our tools to make those more efficient. So it's more convenient both for GMs and obviously you guys when something goes wrong. So we have a lot of work there going on as well moving forward. Starlink was having some issues last week as well. Yeah. I mean, Starlink users, I've read there are different cases where that can also, just like any tier routing in the world, can go down or be, disturbed. That also get affected by when it goes routing to our server. So that it could be anything from anywhere in the world every now and then also, including our hosts. That happen not that frequently, luckily, but there's been a case. Move the server to Sweden. We had a host in Sweden earlier, but it doesn't cover as good as it does in the new location we have now. When are we getting nunchucks? Not sure. Yeah, there will be a few things that bounty coins can be traded for. Obviously, bounty gear and clothing, capes, unique stuff, cool stuff. We notice there's always a good interest of collecting those new capes, right? So that's always a good thing. 4,575 hours and still I've never ever killed anyone. Wire Zipper, I'm proud of you, my son. Those numbers are growing to impressive heights. I mean, not everyone has the urge to kill someone, and that's nice. That's nice. The game is not all about killing anyone, right? Not all about it. There's a big part of it for those that want to, but it's not all about it. Like, how do I fight with a double colored axe? You just swing it and hit the sweet spot. Practice that distance. It's tough, but it's doable. With the pointy end. Good suggestion. Capes are boring. Have you seen the players? They grind the crap out of those capes. But yeah, like I said, there are plenty of more cosmetic like capes. It doesn't have to be a cape, right? You will see some of those actually. New types along with the 3 clothing sets that we're making. Hodo won't be able to run around equipped with a spear, shield, one sword, and turn an axe like the color behind the torso. So this was our initial system where, I don't know if you remember, we had a secondary weapon slot that you can quick swap from, and that was the idea behind this. One big factor comes down that it adds additional draw calls costs on for the clients, and obviously we don't want to steal too many FPS, right? So that is one thing. Do we want to afford to see the swap weapons like this at a cost at some FPS? And if you add in obviously a few hundred players on the screen, that scales, right? So that's the first question we need to ask ourselves. Is it worth the client cost? If yes, then we can do it. But we want to play the safe card first, not add that cost until we are happy with the character cost on screen. But yeah, that's the main question. Why not return to that in a lesser function? 1 200 slot, 2 100 slots. So we do want to update the swapping function. It is a little bit clunky and slow. We want to make that changing setup more smooth and efficient, right? And we have plans to do that. I'm not sure exactly when, but we have it on the table. And like I said, the next one is if you really want to see that secondary setup on the gear, like in this picture, it comes at the cost. And I don't think it's wise to add a cost now when we're suspecting to see large scale battles, player cities, that adds to all these costs until we have those in an optimized state where we can afford it without wrecking FPS. I think we should give melee players a little FPS, alright? But like I said, we're fully on the same page when it comes to it. Feels a little bit too clunky. Also, you don't see which one you have equipped. If we can show on hotbar this one is equipped, like a little frame or something, that will also be a very nice quality of life thing. Make that swapping weapon more fluid and smooth and a little bit faster. That's what I want also. Hi, and well done for continuous support after release. If there's any plan for a couple low value trinkets like melting combined dismantle. We have jewelry as a profession down the road somewhere, and this ties to that. So there will probably be some options for that, yes. But I can't say when this profession is planned for. It depends also heavily on what the community wants first and then later. Please, when the boats come, make it so I can go out the fall from Sarka Bridge and go sailing to my doom. You mean sailing? Yeah, the drop fall, obviously you don't want to sail down the drop in the world. You have to fract your ship around that if you want to go to the next sea. No news about fist weapons, I'm afraid. We need to deliver the first roadmap entirely under control first of all. And then we will see what the community wants. Do the community want fist weapons, or do they want the special ability moves for all melee weapons, or crossbows, or whatever that may be? It's in your hands. Sea of Thieves, that comes with the ship system whenever that comes. Again, that is also something. If the entire community overwhelmingly are voting for that feature over something else, then we will prioritize towards that. Special abilities 100%. I think that is a clear winner actually, because all the food in melees want more options, tactics and depth and skills, right? Because now mages is obviously getting a flood of a lot of that. So now the footies and melee needs to get some juice also. So I think that will be a clear winner when it comes to that category of votes. I hear it's quite frequently that we want those next. The special ability sounds like they will lower the skill ceiling of melee combat massively. Absolutely not. It's absolutely the opposite. They add and give you tools to do more things than just spin around. You have more things to do. Break parries, bypass parries, do specific cuts that adds to your tactics arsenal. We want to add more depth, right? Spin to win. I mean, there's skills in spin to win, but I think we can have more exciting depth also. So there's more options. As you get 60 spells, 3 skills, but we have to choose between fist weapons or skills. Like I said, there are certain categories we can't put, depending on the team's split of how they focus on certain things. We can only pick a few themes at a time, but also not just one thing for the entire team. So depending on those categories you want to push forward, there may be options for you to pick order of things that make sense. Next major focus should be on melee and archery, specifically foot archery. So if we do the special abilities, then all of those will get more options. Because the special moves ties to every single weapon group, including archery. Is this game a PvP similar to Conan Exiles? So this is not just a survival game where you jump in and out. This is a persistent sandbox MMORPG that will just keep on expanding and growing every year for many, many years to come. And you keep everything on your character. And if you build a home and, you know, pay the taxes and protect your home, you will keep having that. And it's also not just like, you know, in Rust and those games, you can blow up a home very quickly with a bazooka and raid. This is more a long-term persistent commitment. So obviously it's not the same kind of easily speed and destroying someone's home or base. It's more commitment. It's like more a real war. You need to prepare, you need to do the you know, steps to weaken your enemies and then do the hits and so. But there's some similarities, I would say. But yeah, we have a lot more long-term persistence and progression, character, RP elements, crafting, skills, and a lot of different things, and tons of more features. Yeah, it never ends. When can we label the bags and chest? Good question. It's one of those good quality of life things we have on the table. So whenever we are finished with the high prioritized features and polish, that's when we can start approaching some of those quality of life improvement and options. Elementalism better have static shock spells that allows me to shock my friends whenever I wear socks. Of course, of course. House transfer reset upkeep. And so restarts, number of houses been lost this way, being reported. Alright, I'm sure GMs are on it, investigating reports, and then we will discuss it with the devs that needs to look into it. How do you feel about adding more races eventually? Mats have a few old concept and ideas, but I don't want to delve into that right now or not reveal anything. And it's also something obviously we need to revisit down the road. Those new clothing are planned to be in Epic Game release if everything goes as planned. Will being wet also affect ecumenical electrical spells? No, I don't think so. They are a little bit different. They have the ecumenical magic damage type. There may be that we want to update some of the old schools with some of the components if we really think that is the right way to do. But initially, no. What is your advice on hunting in the game? How do you mean? Are you playing? Are you hunting? Do you have any difficulties hunting? And what are you hunting? And what are your plans? Need to specify it a little bit. You can't play as a tagmaton. What did I miss? How's Elementalism looking? It's looking sweet, sweet. And the show is over, and I'm almost ending tonight's stream here. I'm just gonna go through the last year. All right. Some good elementalism spells for hybrids. I mean, obviously there would be a period of time when that's always the case and interesting. Things switches slowly over time. People find new tactics, new combinations, and then slowly that can change again over a few months of time. And then slowly, some groups are finding a meta and making those classes like the Death Knight, you know, certain setup and how you build it. There's a natural process of the evolving playstyles and options, right? And then there will be those that says, holy shit, that meta that a lot of people agree on is lunatics, and I won't share mine. And someone say, I refuse to play a meta, and then there will be that people that always ask for the meta and go for that. So I'm sure that over a few months, there will be some interesting setups for Elementalism, mix and match, no doubt. And yeah, that's up to the players, right? Could make Stegantrope and Tecton humans tuggable. That would be a nice thing. I asked Sebastian if we can do that quickly and efficiently. The bad news is no. There is no real support in doing that without ugly hacks, and we refrain heavily from ugly hacks. We want a beautiful code structure moving forward because ugly hacks have been biting us in the ass in the past. So we need to spend proper time to give those options in a proper way. But I do want it, I agree, and I understand why. So it's just a matter of time again. Where can we prioritize adding such support down the road? Right now, it's not a good moment, as you can understand. We're very occupied with our current roadmap. After that, that's a new question, right? That's why we want to jump into the community to see what are you looking for the most, feature-wise, quality of life-wise, or if there's any issues or balance issues, and we take it from there. New added skills and such we get a maximum primary action points argument in the future. You will get the veteran system that heavily affects your primary pools. I mean, they're not worthless without a toggle. They are extremely good, but, you know, when dueling, obviously you want to be able to toggle them, right? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I hit the 4-hour mark. I always plan to hit the 3-hour mark maximum, but somehow it always goes later than that. So I think I'm a little bit overdue for tonight's stream. It's getting late here in Sweden and I need my night snack. So I think I will call it here. So let's see, do we have anyone streaming today? We do. Let's do a little raid then, shall we? I wanna thank you all as usual for joining in. It was awesome to see more people excited or interested in seeing this sneak peek of Elementalism. So that tells us a lot of people are probably looking forward to try magic on Elementalism. So that's gonna be cool. And yeah, I want to thank you all for donating, subscribing, and gifting, and all of that. I appreciate it very much so, and all your support and your questions and feedback on what we're doing. What snack you having? I just need something, so maybe I take some rest of my dinner since today. Some pasta, chicken, pesto stuff. Pretty good. So maybe something like that, or some toasts. We will see. We will see. Let's see. We got a few streamers. Let's do the common vote. My brain can't cope with much more, so I will let you do the thing. You know the thing. Alright, cast your vote now, please. Henrik, will you be my dad? I'm not sure I can. Nostrum pasta, chicken, jam, right? It's pretty good. And not too bad. It's, you know, some healthy food is needed. When we sit this much in front of a computer, not enough exercise every now and then. It's not very good, right? Get these neck pains, back pain issues, wrist pain issues. You need some exercise and proper food and proper sleep. Goes hand in hand, right? Alright, thanks for the stream. Maybe I'll see you soon on Modern 2. Capiel, would be awesome to see you in game. I love meeting people in game. I had some really nice events in Meduli and other locations where I just join in and mingle with the players, and it's just awesome to have a VoIP system talking to people at first hand. So you're very welcome to join us all in Mortal Line. Holy cow, it's a tie between the Sensor Lord and Avira TV. Holy shit, how do we solve this one? It's a tie. I've never seen a tie before. Shall we do a re-roll between those two? Is that how we do it, guys? I think that's how I need to solve it. Let's do a new vote with only those two, because they are in final. Both really nice people, I have to say. Awesome streamers, doing a lot of good stuff for the game and in the game. So this is the final. There are the death match in final here. Mortal 2's most immersive streamer. Indeed. Indeed. And do you lift weights? How do you stay fit? I do lift weights. Working on those guns. Yeah, I try as much as possible because I'm feeling my body, back, neck, you know, all of that slowly decaying. So I think it's very important to train, exercise to not get those you know, damages, whatever you call it. No, I mean I'm pretty fit. I'm pretty fit. When I do exercise regularly, at one time I looked like Hulk. Like Hulk. quite surprising because you know you don't see it with clothes on, right? But when I took it off and buff it up, people get quite surprised. Getting old sucks. Yeah, you know, you're slowly feeling it. Slowly feeling it. But it is what it is. Can't complain. Being healthy is what's important. Alright, let's see. So Avira won the final boom. Alright. Alright. But OP, I think people are cheating. Rating sensor, thanks, Henrik. That's awesome, Justin. We need to support our awesome streamers, right? We do what we can, and we will do a lot more of that with Epic Game approaching with some nice content creation program. You should share this picture with us. I'm not sure about that. Do you fish in real life, Henrik? Not that much anymore. It's strange, but you know, I did more in the past and I enjoyed it, but I've had this strange curse when I actually feel more and more for animals that I feel a little bit sad for pulling them up. I know it sounds a little bit nuts, but something that's grown over the years, so I'm not as fond of it, even though I enjoyed it in the past. But you know, what do you know? It is what it is. I think stout body model confirmed. I'm not sure if I'm stout, maybe more towards the fit. Something there. All right. Yeah, I have a goal at least. I'm gonna exercise, lift weights heavily the coming months and break some records, becoming beast mode again. We will see how that goes. Alright, it's time for just as to fish in video games. Here, there, it's okay, Henrik. True. Alright, it's time for Avira TV, right? Let's do the raid. Again, thank you all. True, I feel the same. It's compassion for every living thing. They all have feelings and want to live too. True. And you know, over the years, we learn and hear more and more. That may get to you even more and more, right? So, all right, it's time for the stream raid. Let's go. Again, thank you very much. I really appreciate you tuning in and supporting us, supporting this stream, and I will continue doing it. And all of your questions, donations, and all of that. And here goes Avira TV. Let's do the raid. Let's see what kind of adventure she's up to today. It's always lovely to meet her in game as well. So let's give her some support, ladies and gentlemen. And here goes the raid. And yeah, I wanna wish you all a good night, good evening, and wherever you are. And I will see you soon again. All right. Bye-bye. Goodbye.